Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Comprehensive comic. Descendants of Lucifer in High School DxD. Part 5. If the two transcendent, Sears X and Ajuka, didn't make a move, then even if everyone else banded together, and even if the other two Satans stood on their side, with Sears X and Ajuka not helping Levi, it seemed they still couldn't win. Graphia and that Leviathan alone could hold off the two Satans. As for those high-class devils and ultimate-class devils, when Levi was taking them out one by one earlier, it didn't look like he was struggling at all. Besides, if a real fight broke out, the guys from the old Satan faction wouldn't just stand by and watch. Some devils put away their ulterior motives because of this. But for those like the Phoenix clan head who knew the specific details of the Great War, or those ancient devils who had actually participated in it, when they looked at Levi, they were even more shocked. Other devils might not have seen it, or perhaps too much time had passed for them to recognize it, but they recognized it. The blue demonic power surging around Levi, the pressure released when the battle entered this state, wasn't that the exact same aura as when original Lucifer unleashed his power. If someone were to say right now that Levi was the reincarnation of original Lucifer, they would probably believe it. In comparison, people like the Bale clan head and the Phoenix clan head simply shrunk back, having absolutely no intention of causing trouble for Levi. The Phoenix clan head was even calculating in his mind that he seemed to have a younger daughter who hadn't married yet. Inside the venue, Levi had already sheathed Yamato before he even fully drew it. The next second, the crisscrossing sword marks in the air locked down all of Sarafal's possible escape routes from every direction. Levi hadn't been practicing this move for just a day or two. His gaze locked onto the only possible landing spot for Sarafal. The tip of his foot tapped the ground, and his entire body propelled the blade in a lightning-fast sweep. This explosive decapitation tactic was his specialty. But Sarafal was not so easily dealt with. The moment Levi sheathed his blade, she sensed the danger. She would rather collide with other sword marks and add a few more wounds to her body than fail to dodge the blade aimed at her neck by a hair's breadth. Seeing this situation, Levi gained a new understanding of Virgil's judgment cut. If Virgil himself used this move, could it be dodged like this? Absolutely impossible. The reason wasn't just that Virgil's speed was at its limit, more importantly, every one of his sword marks was aimed at a vital point, leaving the opponent with no chance to use clumsy methods like trading wounds for survival to dodge. Ultimately, it was just that his own strike wasn't clean enough. Sarafal, I intended to stop that blade right in front of your neck just now. I wasn't actually trying to take your life. Was it really necessary to go this far? Sarafal looked quite pathetic right now. She had taken 3 cuts, and the demonic power she used to protect herself couldn't block the sharpness of Yamato at all. If Levi hadn't held back, her injuries would have been much worse. At this moment, Graphia was already standing behind her, Kuroko was watching her the entire time, and Levi was blocking her front. Being surrounded by these 3, she could be defeated at any moment. Yet, the more this was the case, the stronger the smile on Sarafal's face became. This is a battle that determines the future of Sona and me. If I don't give it my all, my whole life will be ruined. How could I let that happen? As soon as she finished speaking, Graphia's attack struck. The stream of light formed by blue demonic power pierced through space and slammed directly into her head. The sound of ice shattering rang out again. Sarafal had once again used an ice clone to block Graphia's attack. At this critical moment, Levi caught a glimpse of a figure passing over his head, rushing towards Ingvild's direction. Tisk! Sarafal's clone was shattered, but Levi stood still. He couldn't even be bothered to stop it. Tiamat spread her wings, whipped her tail, and ice shards exploded everywhere. All of those things were fake. The real Sarafal was hiding in the mist. The ice mist was left behind after the clone shattered, and she was hiding inside it. She held 2 blue magic circles in her hands, poured most of her demonic power into them, and aimed at Levi. She had only one way to turn the tables. She couldn't beat all of Levi's subordinates. So, after confirming the positions of Tiamat and Graphia, she had to take out Levi directly. This move will hurt a bit, sorry. She forced her demonic power into her palms, using the mist created by the splashing ice shards to hide her position. The mist, wrapped in demonic power, kept changing shape. This was also a feint. She knew Graphia's space magic was powerful, and she was waiting for that woman to make a move. As it turned out, Graphia didn't move. Levi didn't move. Tiamat just stared at her. Sarafal felt something was wrong. She saw Kuroka. Those glowing eyes had been staring at her the whole time. Kuroka knew senjutsu, and her perception was ridiculously strong. In other words, her secret accumulation of demonic power had never been hidden from her. Don't look down on me. The cold air in Sarafal's hands exploded, spreading to the surrounding mist. The mist had already condensed into mirror-like ice crystals. She fired the cold air into them, causing them all to refract back from one angle, and then blasted them towards Levi. The whole world was illuminated. But it wasn't her attack that illuminated the world. Graphia snapped her fingers. Levi disappeared from the spot. In his place stood Artoria, holding her holy sword high. The invisible air had dispersed. Endless light surged into the blade. She called out the true name of the sword. Excalibur. A beam of light shot into the sky. For a devil, it was a deadly poison. Outside the different dimension, the devils observing the battle through spells fell silent. The guys in this team were basically all ultimate class devils. Yet, when facing Levi's team, they felt for the first time that they were nothing. Leviathan, the silver-haired slayer, Lucifer, the strongest dragon king, and a holy sword wielder. Even the cat demon who was always by Levi's side, providing support with senjutsu, had strength at the level of an ultimate class devil. The reformist faction was terrified watching this old Satan faction team. That's enough. The light of the holy sword collided with Sarafal's magic cannon, and in the end, Artoria gained the upper hand. She was in better condition and better prepared, barely suppressing the opponent. But that magic cannon blast was ultimately blocked by Sarafal. However, just as the blast fell, Graphia's magic bullet was already pressed against her head. Sarafal raised her hands in a bit of embarrassment. She had lost. However, compared to worrying about the marriage contract between herself and her sister, although Sarafal was smiling, there was a depth in her eyes that only a Satan possessed. She looked easygoing, but she was definitely not stupid. In the original plot, she and Searsex went to the Tri-Faction Conference, and she was the one who stepped up to deal with the yokai. Among the four great Satans, she was in charge of diplomacy. Just looking at that, one knew she couldn't rely entirely on her mood to get things done. It was the same now. Compared to what she had to face next, Sarafal cared about something else. Oh my, little Levi, your subordinates are really amazing. If I had known you were this capable, I wouldn't have challenged you to this match, ha ha ha. She laughed lightly and walked to Levi's side, acting as if they were extremely close. Then she stared at Levi, her tone uncertain whether she was serious or joking, as she tentatively spoke. Little Levi, you've exposed such great strength this time. Whether you want or not, those guys will definitely drag you into a pile of trouble in the future. It doesn't matter. Levi glanced at her and shook his head expressionlessly. You don't need to worry about anything. I'm quite satisfied with the current underworld. As long as the underworld gets better and better, I don't care about other things. The reason I became stronger is also very simple. Levi wasn't the type to act. But if everything he said was the truth, then there was no need to act. Rizvam must be up to something. If we leave him alone, sooner or later, he will bring irreparable trouble to the underworld, to the devils, and even to the entire world. So I must deal with him. That's the only reason. Hearing him say this, Sarafal stared into his eyes for a long while before quietly letting out a sigh of relief. Levi wasn't lying to her. This was the best of a bad situation. If Levi were as ambitious as Rizvam, with the power he held in his hands, once he started another civil war, the devils would really be finished. Sarafal spoke lightly, but tears were almost falling. Oh my, little Levi, how could I worry about such things? Compared to the mess in the underworld, I'm more worried about myself and my dear Sona. She looked devastated. Levi just glanced at her. If you really didn't take it seriously, with your level of sister complex, we would probably be standing at the funeral of the Citri clan head right now. After saying this, Levi turned and walked towards Sirzex and Ajuka. Sarafal stared at his back until she couldn't see him anymore. The smile on her face stiffened bit by bit, then disappeared completely, replaced by a trace of faint complexity. This time, I've lost completely, in every aspect. A prompt came from the space. Check-in reward. Magic gear Beowulf. Levi was stunned. His first thought was, light is a deadly poison to devils. This magic gear from the Devil May Cry world carried the light attribute with every attack and was blessed. For the devils in this world, it could probably be considered a top-tier divine artifact. Although it was called a magic gear, perhaps the angels would find it easier to use. But he immediately reacted. Light is useless against me, so there's no problem. Since Beowulf was in his hands, why not go back and browse through those angelic secret arts in the Key of Solomon? Anyway, light wouldn't hurt him, and maybe he could practice a few light-type secret arts with Beowulf. Levi thought this, put Beowulf into his system inventory, and stepped forward to find Sirzex and Ajuka. As a result, he didn't see Sirzex, only saw Ajuka in a disheveled state. What happened? Ajuka saw Levi, and seeing that he didn't bring any subordinates with him, he simply leaned against the wall, his whole body like a salted fish. It's those old guys. After knowing your strength, they didn't dare to bother you, so they all came to pester the two of us. I slipped away fast, but Sirzex wasn't so lucky. Levi looked at Ajuka's appearance and shook his head gently. Then, under Ajuka's puzzled gaze, he spoke. Don't think like that, all of this is probably exactly as Sirzex predicted. Huh. Ajuka looked confused. Levi smiled and shared his analysis. Sirzex knew what was going on the day I took out those two family heads, he was the one who gave me the nod to go. Later, with the duel, he was also the one who told me to get involved. When Sarafal jumped in halfway, everyone was stunned, but Sirzex didn't even change his expression, he just tacitly allowed me to take over. Levi stopped there, turned around, and didn't continue. He's busy right now, so I'll head back first and chat with my peerage about today's battle. When he's free, have him come find me. As for the rest, Ajuka, you figure that out yourself. Having said his piece, Levi raised his Yamato, sliced through space, and vanished on the spot. Ajuka's brows knit together, his mind churning over Levi's words repeatedly. It felt like he was truly understanding his old friend, Sirzex, for the first time. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Levi was spot on. That guy Sirzex had likely planned everything out long ago. If that were really the case. Sarafal suddenly jumping in to cause trouble, it wasn't that she caught him off guard, but rather a setup he orchestrated. As this thought emerged, Ajuka couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fine, Sirzex, you really got me. Levi said he was coming back to hold a debriefing, but there really wasn't much to summarize about today's fight. A bunch of people ganging up on one guy. What kind of conclusion could you draw from that? If anything was actually worth his attention, it was the benefits he'd reaped from this gathering. Armament hockey. The blood of 472 Pillars families, Boer clan, Larahe, Phoenix, and Citri. Plus that last magic tool, Beowulf. These were the real priorities. Let's start with armament hockey. After receiving it, Levi clenched his hand, and his body instinctively gathered hockey onto his fist, which immediately turned pitch black. Hardening was easy enough, but I expect that, like with observation haki, developing it further will require slow, steady practice. Still, I got lucky, just like with observation haki back then, when I got clairvoyance and paired it with intuition, I managed to push observation haki to the point where it could predict a short glimpse of the future. That's right. After Levi's clairvoyance leveled up, it granted him retrocognition, allowing him to see a short glimpse of the past. On the observation haki side, it gave him precognition to foresee the near future. These two abilities certainly couldn't compare to top-tier clairvoyance, and they might not even rival high-level mystic eyes. But in real combat, they were more than enough, and they were even more intuitive to use. Next up is the blood of those four families. Levi had long since prepared the fusion techniques corresponding to the 72 pillars bloodlines based on the records in the Key of Solomon, so he could use them at any time. He'd rushed back today specifically for this. Inside Levi's body, the bloodlines of the four families, Buer clan, Larahe, Phoenix, and Citri, were fused one by one using four different techniques. Finally, all four forces surged into his heart. By now, Levi had collected 572 pillars demon god bloodlines within his body. However, my own tracking trait isn't a concern. I can feel it growing stronger along with me. If I boost its power a bit more, it'll be fine to fuse into Yamato later. But those 5 newly acquired bloodlines. The strength is a bit awkward. If used for head-to-head combat, the effect was too lackluster and couldn't keep up with his normal output rhythm. But if applied to the summoned swords, it would be just right. The super speed he'd obtained earlier didn't just accelerate him temporarily. It imbued an object with the attribute of high speed. This ability was perfect for summoned swords, which required flight trajectories. The newly acquired vibration, freezing, and another magical property were all suitable for stuffing into the summoned swords. The summoned swords could make up for their lack of power, while they, in turn, could compensate for the lack of variety in the summoned swords. The two complemented each other perfectly. The undying trait extracted from the Phoenix blood, though. Levi turned his hand into a blade and sliced a gash into his own arm. At the wound, flames instantly flared up. However, compared to a genuine member of the Phoenix clan, the fire burned for quite a while before the gash on Levi's arm fully healed. It was several times faster than natural recovery, and one could barely make out the healing process with the naked eye. But compared to the Phoenix clan's immortality, it was far inferior. Still, the biggest benefit of this trait was that his body no longer had any truly fatal weak points. Losing an arm or a leg was nothing to worry about. Given enough time, they would slowly grow back. Doesn't really matter, though. Levi hadn't intended to use the 72 pillars bloodlines to strengthen his base form in the first place. Once he activated his devil trigger, these 72 pillars bloodline powers might not have much of an effect. But in the true devil trigger state, which delved deeply into bloodline power, all these seemingly unremarkable abilities could, in theory, be fully developed. As for how to use them, compared to Solomon's line of thought, the first thing that came to Levi's mind was Gotia. Omnipotence. When Kuroka knocked on the door, Levi was sitting cross-legged on the bed. He had been pondering that special composition technique on Solomon. If he could fuse all 72 types of power together, and add the power of Lucifer itself, the explosive force would definitely be far stronger than that treasure of Solomon's. The more Levi thought about it, the more excited he became. However, after calming down, he wasn't in such a rush to collect the bloodlines. After all, he hadn't even fully mastered the true devil trigger transformation yet. As for the power fused from the 72 pillars, if he encountered it, he'd take it. If not, it didn't matter. He put the bloodline matter aside for the moment and was just about to take out the magic tool Beowulf to try the angelic secret arts recorded in the Key of Solomon when the door was knocked on. Levi never used observation haki at home. But with intuition there, even without using it, he could clearly perceive who was outside the door. Kuroka, Come in. What do you need? The door was pushed open gently. Kuroka stood at the doorway, smiling and waving at him, looking just like a beckoning cat. Lord Levi, could you come over for a moment? I'm training Sharon, and it would be great if you could help. Help you? I don't know anything about senjutsu. Kuroka smiled even more sweetly, clearly having anticipated he would say that. It's fine, NYA. It's nothing big, just a small favor. Come over. Levi nodded. All right. Ever since they returned from the raiding game against Sarafal, Sharon had been staying in the Lucifer courtyard practicing senjutsu. When Kuroka called Levi over, she was still practicing. The young girl sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, as if desperately trying to find that feeling of a heart as still as water. Kuroka leaned in close to her, breathing onto her face. Sharon didn't move a muscle. Kuroka nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and beckoned to Levi. Lord Levi, please come here, NYA. Her two black cat tails swayed back and forth. Levi knew at a glance that she was up to something again. But he really didn't know senjutsu, and he knew Kuroka would never mess around when it came to Sharon. So, he walked over. What help do you need? Of course you can, NYA. Kuroka wagged her tails, reached out to take Levi's hand, and slowly pressed it against her own body. The sensation at that moment made Levi tense up completely. Kuroka's gaze never left Sharon. Levi had almost pulled his hand back, but he noticed this at that instant and suddenly felt a bit relieved. So this was the help Kuroka meant. This teaching method was too soft. No, that wasn't right, it was too blatant. Smack. Just as chaotic thoughts were swirling in Levi's mind, Kuroka produced a folding fan from somewhere and slapped it directly onto Sharon's head. Sharon had clearly been distracted just now. That's enough, Lord Levi. Having achieved her goal, Kuroka let go of Levi's hand. She noticed Levi staring blankly at his palm, so she simply leaned in and pressed her whole body against him. Lord Levi if you don't feel comfortable enough, I'm available to serve you anytime in the middle of the night, NYA Her warm breath sprayed onto Levi's face. Kuroka radiated a cozy warmth. Levi took a half step back and dry coughed. Weren't you going to teach Sharon senjutsu? If you don't pay attention to her, I suspect she's going to get really angry. He tilted his head, his gaze drifting. Kuroka narrowed her eyes, observing him with great interest. Finally, not knowing what she was thinking, a blush spread across her cheeks, and she withdrew her gaze to look back at Sharon. Sharon, I told you before, didn't I? To practice senjutsu to a high level, your heart must be as calm as stagnant water, NYA Hearing this, Sharon lowered her head, her little face puffed up like a bun, looking completely unconvinced. Sister, you're cheating. Sharon muttered softly. Kuroka ignored her completely, continuing to lecture her on a bunch of senjutsu-related issues before having Sharon sit back down to continue training. During the time Kuroka was lecturing Sharon, Levi had managed to recover. Kuroka, Sharon has always been quite diligent, but I don't recall it being to this extent. And your teaching method has sped up a bit. What's wrong? Was she stimulated by that previous raiding game? No. Kuroka looked at Sharon, who was still sitting on the ground, and shook her head helplessly. It wasn't the raiding game that stimulated Sharon. If you ask me, it was probably me who stimulated her. Huh. Levi looked puzzled. Kuroka sighed. The two of us used to stay in the underground prison of the Nibirius family. After you rescued us, I always stayed by Sharon's side, so we were never truly separated, and I never noticed this problem. But when the raiding game just started, the moment Sharon stepped into the imaginary space, when we were using senjutsu together, things changed. As Kuroka reached this point, her tone carried a complex nuance, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It might sound a bit extravagant to say, but at that time, my senjutsu and Sharon's connected. I discovered that I could share what she saw and felt in the imaginary space, and she could also share the vision and sensations from my eyes. Huh. This was the first time Levi had heard of such a thing. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up, a look of surprise on his face, and he quickly figured it out. I get it. After Sharon sensed your detection range and compared it to her own, she realized the gap, right? That's exactly it, NYA. Levi could completely guess this point. Sharon hadn't been touching senjutsu for long, and having been protected too well by Kuroka previously, her detection range was naturally pitifully small. In contrast, Kuroka had undergone the Nibirius family's artificial transcendent modification. Her potential was far stronger, and she had been exposed to senjutsu for much longer than Sharon. Plus, Kuroka, if that's the case. Levi turned his head to look at Kuroka. Kuroka nodded at him, meaning yes, it was exactly as he thought. Levi knew very well that Kuroka's sensory range, total magic power, and use of senjutsu had only reached this height thanks to the post-natal transcendent experiment. This was also the result of that experiment. Therefore, logically speaking, Sharon's talent was not inherently stronger than her sister's. If she insisted on catching up to Kuroka's level, it would only slow her own progress. After all, it was very difficult for her to do what Kuroka could. Thinking of this, Levi walked up to Sharon and patted her on the forehead. Sharon, take a break for a while. Huh. Kuroka watched Levi walk up to her younger sister, thinking he was going to do something, but it turned out to be just a light pat. She was a bit surprised but didn't say anything. Because she knew Levi wouldn't harm Sharon. Sharon opened her eyes and looked at Levi, looking a bit dazed. Then she saw Levi's slightly serious face. She immediately tensed up. Then, Levi's hand pressed down on the top of her head and rubbed vigorously several times, shaking her head back and forth. Look at you, your sister just told you to keep your heart as still as water, but now as soon as someone calls you, you stand up, right? Ah. Being told that, Sharon puffed up her cheeks again. Lord Levi, that's too cunning. As soon as Sharon finished speaking, Levi smiled and poked her chubby cheeks. But seriously, Sharon, the connection between you and Kuroka can indeed become a good tool for communicating between the imaginary space and the real world. But to put it bluntly, any random spell or magical artifact could achieve that. It would certainly be more convenient for the two of you to do this. But the problem is, for a long time to come, you might have to keep being Kuroka's shadow, functioning as an accessory. I might be a bit blunt today. But if this is what you want, I will support you and help you. But if you feel this positioning is unacceptable, I still think you should properly utilize your own talent. Sharon blinked her eyes, looking at Levi with a puzzled expression. My talent. Yes. Your sister's talent is strong magic power, she can master many high-level spells, and her senjutsu range is wide. But compared to her, although you are weaker in these aspects, you are more agile and lighter. I think you might have more room for development in taijutsu. Hearing this, Sharon lowered her head and looked at her own chest, then looked at Kuroka's chest. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she stared at Levi as if she had been bullied. Ahem. Don't think about those messy things. I mean, compared to your sister, don't you think you are more suited to taking a close combat route? Like me or Artoria, relying on close quarters combat to build an advantage. After listening, Sharon's expression finally returned to calm, and she looked up, staring directly at Levi. Do you hope for me to go in this direction? It's not about what I hope for, it's about what you want. If you want to become similar to your sister, I can teach you some tricks to expand your sensory range. Observation Hockey. As for spells, although I don't understand senjutsu, the House of Lucifer has collected quite a bit of magical knowledge. If you need it, I can have Graphia and Kuroka teach you together. So I am just giving you an extra path now, don't set your future too rigidly. After all, the person who can decide your future is not me, Nor is it Kuroka, it is you yourself, right? Sharon lowered her head, falling into silence. Levi sighed helplessly and reached out to ruffle her hair until it was messy. Don't rush, just think about it slowly. You have plenty of time, and if you cultivate properly, there will be no problem. But you're a child, and it's already 10 o'clock, time to go to sleep. Ah. Sharon glared at Levi angrily again. But this time Levi didn't pay any attention to her, just gave Kuroka a wink. Kuroka understood and, holding Sharon, turned and returned to the room. After they left, Levi's gaze fell on the shadow in the corner. Graphia, to have you come to find me at this time, have you encountered something you are unsure about? Yes, Lord Levi. Graphia stepped out from the shadows. The eldest son of the Bale family, Sarafal Bale, broke into our castle under the cover of night. I have already detained him, but he says he has a previous agreement with you. Yo, I really didn't expect that you would come knocking before even Searsex, who has the engagement. When Levi walked into the reception room, Sarafal Bale was staring blankly at the half-cold black tea in front of him. Hearing the movement, he looked up. There's no other way even if you don't believe it. I have already confirmed that my illness really cannot be cured. I also specifically went to the family headquarters to check on Ingvild. She did indeed have the devil sleeping sickness. Sarafal Bale said this, his gaze fixed on Levi. Since there is hope, I don't want to give up this opportunity no matter what. At this time, Sarafal Bale was still a few years away from his future self. But he was no longer the tearful little brat from back then, his personality had already begun to toughen up. Then let's go. Let's first check on your mother's situation. If we are lucky, we will cure her devil sleeping sickness tonight. Yes. Sarafal Bale's eyes instantly lit up. Levi glanced at Graphia. Graphia nodded and raised her hand to open a teleportation circle leading to the Bale family territory. My magic can only send you to the edge of the Bale residence. Going any further inside will definitely alert the family guards. Sarafal Bale waved his hand. It's fine, my mother and I live right on the edge. Graphia received the answer, closed her eyes, and said no more. Levi stood beside Sarafal Bale. The light of the teleportation magic flashed by. The next second, the three of them were already standing on the Bale family territory. Sarafal Bale looked around. As the eldest son of the Bale family head, he was intimately familiar with the terrain on the edge of the family territory. He immediately recognized the road and led Levi and Graphia toward the place where he and his mother lived. To be honest, Graphia had somewhat guessed the situation on Sarafal Bale's side beforehand. When Graphia saw that dilapidated house with her own eyes, a rare expression of surprise appeared on her face. Levi used magic to compress his voice and sent it to her ear. Don't be too surprised, the devil race is just like this. It's true that there is a blood relationship, but if you cannot exert the power in your bloodline, then this blood relationship will instead become a curse. This treatment of Sarafal Bale is not considered the worst. After hearing this, Graphia's mind immediately conjured up Levi's situation in the house of Lucifer. It was similar to Sarafal Bale's. He had learned to hide his strength in front of his grandfather since he was a child. This family was truly twisted. As she was thinking about these things, Sarafal Bale had already led them into the house and arrived at his mother's sickbed. Sarafal Bale, aren't you afraid that we might do something to your mother? If you really wanted to do something, could this broken house stop you? That's true. Levi chatted idly with Sarafal Bale and casually took a bit of blood from Sarafal Bale's mother, Miss Lavapula. The Vapula family is ranked 60th among the 72 pillars. They manage lions and have decent spirit channeling abilities. Then Levi, under the guise of treating the illness, obtained blood from Sarafal Bale from the great Bale family. Bale, ranked first among the 72 pillars. They control the magic of destruction, nothing more needs to be said. How is it? Sarafal Bale had been very calm before, but at this critical moment, he was more nervous than anyone. Levi glanced at him and smiled slowly. A small matter. Before the voice had faded, he drew Yamato, and with movements that Bale could not see clearly at all, he used his separation ability to strip the devil's sleeping sickness out of Misla's body. Then he put away the sword along with the sickness. After doing all this, Misla, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Bale rushed forward directly. Misla's body was still very weak, but seeing her son rush over, she still revealed a gentle smile. Why are you crying again, Bale? No, this isn't crying, I'm just too happy, mother. A system check-in notification popped up. Reward. Conqueror's Hockey. Levi did not receive it on the spot. While Bale and Misla were immersed in the joy of reunion, he gave Grafia a wink. The two left quietly. They had originally intended to leave just like that, but who knew Bale would chase after them. Levi. Hearing this shout, Levi turned to the side and looked back. Levi, you saved my mother, although you probably won't believe anything I say right now, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Bale's words made Levi smile. Seeing him smile, Bale subconsciously lowered his head. He had heard enough mocking laughter and was afraid in his heart that it would be the same result again. But Levi didn't mean that at all, just replied indifferently, fine, I accept this favor, and I will keep it well. After all, this is the word of the future head of the Bale family. As soon as the words fell, Grafia's magic circle was already set up. The two stepped onto the magic circle. Bale stood in place watching, and as the magic light grew brighter and brighter, Levi's figure gradually blurred, and before leaving, he even waved at him. That sentence echoed repeatedly in his mind. The head of the Bale family. He was silent for a long time. Finally, his eyes became more determined. He had long sworn that he must take back everything that originally belonged to him. But never before had he been as determined as he was now. He, Bale, had already chosen his own path. X used to be called a hero of the reformist faction. Levi had always had a subtle feeling about this title. After all, the two words, devil, could never be associated with hero, right? But today, Lord Levi, you are simply the hero of our old Satan faction. This label was put directly on his head. However, this was also expected. Levi scanned around, looking at these nobles of the old Satan faction in front of him, and had a rough judgment of their strength in his heart. Most of these guys were high-class devil, and a few were the highest class. In other words, if you really calculate it, almost all the top combat power of the old Satan faction was now on his side. And in the eyes of these guys, Rizvam, this transcendent, was probably also considered one of their own. Thinking about it this way, their purpose was clear. Lord Levi, I won't beat around the bush. With our current strength, if we can contact Lord Rizvam, we might not lack the qualifications to challenge those devils of the reformist faction. Finally, a devil couldn't help but speak up. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Levi. It's not time yet. Levi shook his head, then slowly curled the corner of his mouth. Don't forget, back then we were the side with superior combat power, but didn't we still lose in the end? When it comes down to it, it was because those two transcendents, X and Ajuka, popped out to stir up trouble. Do you think our old Satan faction is stronger than the reformist faction now? What a joke. Aside from the shortcoming of transcendence, when have we ever been worse than them? Once Levi said this, the devils who had participated in the civil war all shut their mouths. He glanced at those silent guys and grinned. So, hold your ground for now. Trust me, once I become a new transcendent, that will be the time for our old Satan faction to make a comeback. The rulers of the devils should have been us from the start. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura Levi had been suppressing exploded outward. It was the conqueror's hockey he had learned from Bale. No one in this world had any idea what hockey was. In the eyes of that group of devils, Levi just waved his hand, Yet that sheer presence made their scalps tingle, and they couldn't even breathe. A few of the weaker ones rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot. With this aura combined with Levi's words, the whole place immediately went wild. Lord Levi is invincible. Lord Levi is right. We are the true kings of the devils. The crowd roared like madmen for a long time before they finally calmed down. After the devils of the old Satan faction had all dispersed and a dozen or so Einsborn artificial maids came out to clean up the mess, Levi finally sighed and lowered his voice, saying, Sears, come out. Those idiots are all gone. That's right. The guys who were just shouting at the top of their lungs about taking down the reformist faction would never have imagined. Their fervor had been heard loud and clear by one of the leaders of the reformist faction, the current Lucifer, Sears. Levi, you're certainly smooth when it comes to this kind of thing. I'm increasingly feeling that if you were to become a Lucifer, you'd be perfectly qualified. Sears no longer bothered to hide his intention of grooming Levi to be the next Lucifer. He didn't even ask a single question about what Levi had just said. Because he knew deep down, Levi would never do anything detrimental to the underworld. Like a Juka, he trusted this kid. Put that aside for now. Sears, I just mobilized that group. The reformist faction will surely have a reaction because of this. My plan is simple. Starting another large-scale civil war is too grand and boring. When Rizvam comes back next time, I'll use his plan to wear those idiots out in one go. This way, the pace of the underworld's reforms can speed up significantly. Sears was stunned for a moment. This proposal isn't quite appropriate, is it? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Arranging a marriage between two female Lucifer candidates, if that gets out, I'm afraid the entire underworld will go into an uproar. Levi spread his hands. Then we'll just have to think of another way. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze darkening slightly. In any case, this engagement matter can't be dragged out too long. The longer it drags on, the more variables there will be. I know. Sears rubbed his temples. That's why I came to discuss it with you, isn't it? But before you could even open your mouth, you were interrupted by those old geezers. It couldn't be helped. Sears sighed. Those people have noses sharper than dogs. I had just arrived, and they followed the scent right after me. Levi curled his lips. Well, now it's perfect. They're gone, so you can speak properly. Sears was silent for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts. Here is what I'm thinking. Let you and Rias get engaged, and publicly claim it's a political marriage to shut those people up. And then it depends on you. Sears shrugged. If you can actually win Rias over, I won't stop you. If you can't, once the heat dies down, we can just find an excuse to cancel the engagement. Levi raised an eyebrow. You've certainly got it all calculated. What else? Sears smiled bitterly. You know what kind of personality my sister has. If I don't come up with a comprehensive plan, she might just flip out on me. So you're pushing me out as a shield. You are the most suitable candidate. Sears looked at him earnestly. Your status is sufficient, your strength is sufficient, and your background is sufficient. More importantly, Rias doesn't dislike you. Levi was silent for a moment. Then what about Sona? I'll go talk to the Citri clan. Sears said. As long as you nod, I'll handle the rest. Levi looked at him and suddenly smiled. Aren't you afraid I'll take the opportunity to run off with your sister? If you actually have that ability, I'd be relieved instead. Sears spread his hands. It would save her from causing trouble outside every day, and me from having to clean up her messes. The two looked at each other and both laughed. After laughing, Levi composed his expression. Fine, I'll take this on. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the night view outside. But I'll say this up front, I can't guarantee it will definitely work. Just do your best. Sears also stood up. At worst, we'll just change the plan when the time comes. You even prepared a backup plan. Of course. Sears X smiled innocently. I am a Lucifer after all. If I didn't have even this much preparation, it would be too embarrassing. Sears X, I really don't know whether to praise you or curse you. Graphia was adjusting Levi's clothes, and he stared at Sears X leaning against the wall in the mirror, saying the words almost through gritted teeth. Sure, if you want to praise me, go ahead. Do you have any shame left? Levi really didn't know what to do with this fool. Graphia had already smoothed out his black tuxedo, stepped back 2 paces, stood at a distance to look him up and down, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Lord Levi, it is ready. Thank you for your hard work, Graphia. Levi forced himself to hold back his anger and nodded at Graphia, but when he turned to face Sears X, that rage was almost impossible to contain. I won't hold this against you. After all, an accident did happen, it's normal you didn't anticipate it, and I bear some responsibility as well. Responsibility is shared, so neither of us has the right to blame the other. But, Levi walked up to Sears X, glaring with wide eyes, looking extremely displeased. I know you're an eternal bachelor, but you actually managed to schedule the engagements for both families on the same day. Hearing Levi's accusation, Sears X scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. He had indeed handled this poorly. But, I couldn't help it. Ajuka had run off, and I was surrounded by a bunch of clan heads asking about you. In the chaos, the Citri clan head suddenly suggested drafting the marriage contracts together, as if he were just asking a friend to dinner. I didn't even hear the whole thing and just casually agreed. After explaining the reason, Sears X put his hands together. I'm really sorry, but to make up for it, I've already handled things with my father, and the Citri clan head doesn't seem to mind how many marriage contracts you draft. In that case, you just need to handle Rias, Sona, and Sarafal, and then. Tisk. Hearing this, Levi realized that no matter how much he pressured him, he wouldn't come up with any good solutions. After all, this guy was just an old bachelor. Relying on him for reliable advice on this kind of thing was less promising than hoping that after he pushed the door open, Rias, Sona, and Sarafal would solve the problem themselves. That's right. Those 3 were already waiting outside the door. As for Rias and the others, Sears X really couldn't bring himself to face them. Levi stood at the door, adjusted his hair one last time, placed his hands on the door panels, and pushed hard. The moment the door swung open, he adjusted his mindset as well. I'll just take it one step at a time. The engagement matters were set to be discussed on the Lucifer side. By the time Levi walked into the large conference room in the castle, Rias, Sona, and Sarafal had already arrived. Rias and Sona were sitting side by side, and Sarafal was sitting opposite Sona, resting her chin on her hands with a strange smile, her eyes fixed intently on Sona, who was shrinking behind Rias. Rias, on the other hand, sat up straight, showing none of the nervousness one should have on someone else's turf. As for Sona, she wasn't afraid of this kind of situation, she just didn't want to be stared at by Sarafal. As soon as the 3 of them saw Levi enter, their gazes fell upon him instantly. Without a word spoken or a greeting offered, those 3 gazes alone made Levi feel a bit breathless. Sigh. Levi sighed, casually messing up the hair that Graphia had spent half an hour styling, and then, without even sitting down, he walked directly up to the 3 of them. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll speak directly about this engagement matter. Hearing this, even Sarafal put away her grinning expression and looked at Levi seriously. Rias and Sona were even more nervous. If following the original story, these 2 would definitely not want to be bound by an engagement. In the original story, they could still turn things around with rating games, but this time the fiancé had changed to himself. Levi thought, they must be in complete despair. Let's clarify one thing first. The Grimoire clan head and the Citri clan head might think this engagement is fine, but I have no intention of signing 3 engagement contracts at once. My opinion on this is no less than yours. So, don't treat me as an enemy. In a sense, we are in the same boat on this matter. Marry them all, as Sirzex said. Even if we take a step back, this kind of marriage simply cannot be resolved by an engagement contract. Levi was here to handle this mess, and he was at a loss as well. Since that's the case, Rias, Sona, I can tell you definitely don't want to sign this engagement. But the contract is already signed, and you are still young. It will be a few years before you are truly grown up, and that time is enough for you to think it through slowly. You don't need to worry too much about this engagement matter. At this point, Levi looked at the bewildered Rias and Sona and smiled gently. After hearing this, Rias and Sona's expressions visibly relaxed. At the end of the day, they were just two young girls, and everything they were thinking was written all over their faces. They even bowed to thank Levi. Just at this moment, the system's notification sound rang out simultaneously. A reward popped up for Rias, the qualification to promote a piece. What Sona received was a skill called Flash Step. The meaning of piece promotion is very simple. It can turn a normal evil piece into a special one, provided that the piece hasn't been used yet. Levi scanned it and pondered. Rias has a personality that treats her peerage like family, so the system gave her a reward related to pieces. Sona is good at technical battles, so the system just shoved a flash step at her. It was quite fitting. The two girls' hostility had already dissipated by more than half, and what needed to be given had been given. Levi's gaze naturally fell upon the last one, Sarafal. As for Rias and Sona's matters, they could be settled in just a few words. Of the three people involved in these two marriage contracts, the one giving him the most headache was actually the Satan standing right next to him. Sarafal knew this clearly in her heart. She was a Satan, and a matter as significant as a marriage contract involved too much. Whether it was annulled or kept, it would cause quite a stir among the devils. There were already people hoping she would hurry up and produce an heir. She had come in person today precisely for this matter. She had originally expected a long, drawn-out negotiation, but Li Wei had resolved the marriage contract issues for the two young girls with just a few words. She was currently holding out a bit of hope, wondering if Li Wei had also already thought of a solution for her own situation. She stared straight at Li Wei. But then Li Wei turned and walked away. Hey! Sarafal grabbed him, her face full of confusion. Li Wei, what about me? Even though you have two marriage contracts in your hands, I'm still standing right here. You. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. If it were three, I'd certainly find it a bit bothersome, but one. I actually don't think that's a bad thing. Sarafal was stunned on the spot. Li Wei shook off her hand and pouted. Why would you think I'm the one who wants to break off the engagement? Rias and Sona are too young, and they were saddled with 3 marriage contracts, so they couldn't handle it themselves and were just miserable. But you're a few years older than me. If you're not happy about it, find a way yourself. I've already agreed to this matter. Whether you accept it or not is your business. This mess was originally caused by Sarafal suddenly interfering, making the situation increasingly complicated. As Li Wei reached the door, he saw her stomping her feet in anger, and instead, he chuckled and tossed back a few snide remarks. Oh, right, I ran into the Seatree clan head earlier. He said I'm 17 this year, so I can get married next year. He's already preparing to print the invitations, arranging the wedding, and has even thought of names for his grandchildren. If you're still reluctant, you'd better act fast. Pop. Leaving those words behind, he walked straight out. 2 marriage contracts, 3 subjects. On the surface, not a single one was annulled, but at least things had settled down here. Rias and Sona had come in with straight faces, but they were both smiling when they left. They weren't making a fuss or throwing tantrums anymore. It was clear both of them were looking forward to the future. As for Sarafal, well, this is what you call karma. The marriage contract matter is settled. After sending everyone off, Li Wei announced the outcome to his retinue and briefly explained what had happened. Artoria had absolutely no idea how to respond after listening. She truly didn't understand this sort of thing. Grafia naturally had nothing to say either. Sakura and Sharon didn't have any particular feelings about it. Kuroka was just smiling, not taking the marriage contract seriously at all. After all, one could tell from Hyodo Issei's future in the original work, devils were simply not monogamous. So, whether there was a marriage contract or not didn't matter at all to Kuroka. Ingvild, however, being human, had more traditional views. She blinked her orange eyes and asked Li Wei. Li Wei, do you really intend to marry that Sarafal? Li Wei heard this and spread his hands. She is a Satan, there are plenty of devils who want her to have children sooner. It's rare that she has a marriage contract in hand, and right now, at least half of the upper echelons are hoping she gets married quickly. Regardless, I can't get out of this marriage contract. The rest is up to her. If she thinks it's fine, either way, I'm not losing out. From his past life to this one, Li Wei had always been single. Occasionally, when someone, accidentally, flirted with him, it wasn't like he felt absolutely nothing inside. But Ophis was just that kind of person. As for Kuroka, she would occasionally offer some benefits, but that was likely just a part of her personality. So, having an actual marriage contract with Sarafal was something Li Wei didn't resist at all. In fact, he was even a little happy about it. Tasaka Rin bit her lip and shot him a gloating look. It's useless telling me this, who told you to agree to so many marriage proposals all at once? I can't help you cancel them. Li Wei rolled his eyes, not wanting to dwell on this topic any longer. He cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious again. Alright, let's put the marriage contract matter aside for now. Rin, when did you get back? As soon as he finished speaking, Tasaka Rin, dressed in a black and white maid outfit and holding a broom, slowly walked down the stairs. I've been back for a while. I originally wanted to discuss serious business with you, but as soon as I walked in, I heard about you signing those 3 marriage contracts. She covered her mouth and chuckled, leaning in toward Li Wei. Tisk tisk, Li Wei, you're really something. You say you don't care, but you're probably overjoyed inside, aren't you? Li Wei couldn't be bothered to banter with her. What did Tasaka say? Did you give him the conditions I told you to bring? I did. Tasaka Rin stopped smiling, her tone becoming a bit more serious. Father can accept most of the conditions. But there are a few that, it's not that he's unwilling, but he truly can't accomplish. Li Wei frowned. Can't accomplish. His tone turned cold. The conditions I proposed weren't that harsh. If he can't even manage this, then we might as well cut off the cooperation early. However, he didn't rush to get angry, choosing to clarify the situation first. Which part specifically? Tasaka Rin was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice. The yokai sighed. Li Wei was taken aback, then immediately understood. In the conditions he had listed originally, there was indeed such an item. To have Tasaka Tokiomi clear out the surrounding yokai factions as soon as he received the resources. The essence of this task, frankly speaking, was to test the other party's execution and control. And Tasaka Tokiomi couldn't even handle this much. Li Wei frowned, running through the various factions in his mind. The 4 great exorcist families, the 5 great families, and the yokai entrenched in various places. There were indeed some capable fighters among them, and he had originally planned to find an opportunity to clear them out. But the problem now was yokai. He looked up at Tasaka Rin. In the list I gave, the only powerful ones are the Kyoto clan and the Nura clan, right? The others are just small fry. I didn't ask Tasaka Tokiomi to incorporate them, just to cooperate, what's there to refuse? If the other party really dared to refuse, then this matter couldn't really be blamed on Tasaka Tokiomi. After all, that commander of the Kyoto clan could draw power from the local ley lines, and their combat power could soar to Satan class. With Tasaka Tokiomi's strength, he certainly couldn't handle that. The Nura clan wasn't simple either, with a bunch of capable yokai under their command. Furthermore, that former supreme commander of the yokai was still alive. If both sides refused to give face, Levi would just have to make a trip himself and give them a beating. It's not a refusal. Tasaka Rin sighed. The problem is, that great yokai Hagoromo Gitsune reappeared several years ago. The Nura clan, Hagoromo Gitsune's 100 demons, and the Kyoto clan, the three parties are locked in a fierce battle. Even the 4 great exorcist families and the 5 great families are staying far away from this. The yokai are bloodthirsty, fighting from night until day, it's impossible to intervene. Levi listened without rushing to respond. He sat in his seat for a few seconds, thinking, then stood up. All his retinue's eyes fell on him. All right, then let's go take a look. His tone was very casual. Anyway, I was already planning to go to the human world to take care of some business, so I might as well solve this too. In fact, even without this yokai war, Levi had planned to make a trip to the human world in the near future. He really had serious business to attend to. Several of the conditions he had set for Tasaka Tokiomi were related to his own plans. To put it plainly, he was paving the way for the future. He was willing to bring out the magic, knowledge, wealth, and resources collected by the House of Lucifer to help the Tasaka family become stronger, and he was also willing to act as the Tasaka family's backer. But the conditions for the exchange were also very clear. Tasaka Tokiomi had to handle the 4 great exorcist families. There was no rush for the 5 great families. Before the Void Cicada incident, most things there didn't need special intervention. The few that did need handling weren't urgent. Either they had already happened or hadn't happened yet, there was no need to waste energy. The yokai side was, of course, one of the conditions as well. The Kyoto clan's commander, Yusaka, that golden-furred 9-tailed fox, was a legitimate Satan-class combatant. In the Tasaka family's living room, Levi flipped through the stack of documents, with the tea Tokiomi had just brewed placed beside him. He flipped through a few pages, his brow remaining furrowed the whole time. He didn't take the Nura clan's information too seriously. According to his memories, although Narration held the title of Supreme Commander of all yokai, his actual combat power was just so-so. However, in this world, those yokai were doing quite well, counting as a prominent and influential faction. Levi was extremely busy right now. His short-term goal was to deal with the trouble that was Rizvam. This matter was ultimately his own personal vendetta and wouldn't involve too wide a range, but it had to be resolved as soon as possible. The long-term goal was even trickier, that world called X would sooner or later attack. So he had to handle both aspects now, simultaneously increasing his own strength and expanding his influence. Both sides had to be developed desperately during this time. The human world was much easier to operate in than the underworld. Those old fogies in the underworld had their influence solidified to the point of stagnation, trying to get a foot in was too much effort. The human side was different, opportunities were everywhere. Lord Li Wei, this is the information you requested. As soon as Tasaka Tokiomi saw him, he immediately displayed the highest level of etiquette, presenting a thick stack of documents with both hands. Li Wei didn't stand on ceremony, taking them and flipping through. Flipping through a few pages, he pouted. The 5 great families are still the same as always. He continued flipping. The 4 great exorcist families. His hand suddenly stopped moving. Wait. Li Wei had calculated the timeline. The 5th Holy Grail War had already concluded. If this world had the 27 dead apostle ancestors, the plot of Tsukiheim should be nearing its end. He had originally thought that he definitely wouldn't be able to catch the events regarding the 4 great exorcist families, and the investigation was just a formality. But upon looking, Ryugi Shiki, she actually hadn't woken up yet. This was just too outrageous. He continued flipping down. Among the 4 great exorcist families, the Nanaya and Fujo clans were indeed wiped out just like in the original history. But the twins of the Fujo clan, Kohaku and Hisui, had actually been taken in as Rias's servants when the incident happened back then. Following this thread, the Tono family head went berserk after that, and the Grimoire clan intervened, taking away the Tono family's only survivor, Tono Akiha. She was likely Rias's servant as well. The final Asagami clan was still swallowed by the Asakami. But that Asagami Fujino, who had the ability of mystic eyes, had been targeted by Rias when she was young and taken straight into her retinue. In other words, Rias's current retinue included Kohaku and Hisui, Tono Akiha, and Asagami Fujino. If it weren't for the fact that Ryugi Shiki hadn't woken up, she probably would have been taken by Rias too. Li Wei licked his lips. Impressive, Rias. This woman's eye for talent was truly vicious. Just like in the original work, she was always able to get ahead of everyone else and take all the best candidates. He placed the documents on the table. Tasaka Tokiomi. Tokiomi immediately bowed. Your orders. That Ryugi Shiki from the Ryugi family, just say that I want her. Get her over to me. Tasaka Tokiomi didn't even ask for the reason, he simply nodded. Yes. Levi caught a glimpse of Tasaka Tokiomi's respectful demeanor, nodded, and then continued flipping through the documents in his hand. The information on the 5 great clans and the 4 great exorcist families was about all there was. The 2 people he had previously asked Tasaka Tokiomi to investigate, Aozuki Tuko and Hyoto Issei, had also been located. Their locations were clearly marked, so he could go check them out at any time. The only thing left was the most difficult matter, the business with the Yokai. The moment Levi saw the first item in that section, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Not only had Hagoromo Gitsune killed Nurarihyone's son, but she had actually slaughtered his grandson, Nurarikuo, as well. Wow, the protagonist from the original work was killed directly by Hagoromo Gitsune. Is this how the script is supposed to play out? No wonder that old Nurarihyone, who was on the verge of breathing his last, was making such a huge fuss. Hagoromo Gitsune had wiped out his entire line. If he could still hold back after that, it would be a miracle. Hagoromo Gitsune's old subordinates were all sealed in Kyoto, and this time, the Nura clan had joined forces with the Onmuji of the Keikane family to wage war directly against Hagoromo Gitsune's 100 demons in Kyoto. Because of this, the leader of the Kyoto Yokai, Yusaka, had no choice but to bring her own people into the fray. The 3 factions were fighting until the sky turned dark. At first, they chose to fight at night to avoid being seen by people. Now, however, Kyoto was trapped in eternal night, and they no longer cared if ordinary people could see them. The entire city had become a battlefield, and the fighting was even spreading to neighboring cities. No wonder Tasaka Tokiomi couldn't handle it. It was highly likely that 3 factions with combat strength capable of rivaling a Devil King were locked in a death struggle. Alright, don't get involved in the Yokai matter. We'll go check out that mess ourselves later. After reading the intelligence, Levi smiled and said to Tasaka Tokiomi, the Yokai situation is indeed beyond your capabilities. It seems you've accepted the other conditions as well. He paused, staring at Tasaka Tokiomi, his voice slowing down significantly. So, is your Tasaka family ready to deal with devils? Tasaka Tokiomi took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering from beginning to end. It is my honor. After finishing his talk with Tasaka Tokiomi, Levi first settled his peerage at the Tasaka residence. The Yokai business wasn't urgent. No matter how fiercely they fought, they wouldn't run away. The other 2 matters, however, needed to be taken care of immediately. Aozuki Tuko and Hyoto Issei. I've already located these 2. He glanced at the address Tasaka Tokiomi had found and stretched. But before going to find them, since I have some rare free time, I should finish what needs to be done first. As he said this, Levi raised his hand and cast a barrier around the room. Then, he pulled 2 vials of blood from his pocket. One was the blood of Vapula from Saraorg Bale's mother, and the other was the blood of Bale extracted from Bale himself. He had acquired both of these while saving them earlier. The ritual was already prepared. While he had the time, he didn't hesitate to begin the fusion. The process was simpler than he had imagined. The moment the blood fusion was complete, Levi looked down at his hands, clearly sensing two new magical properties within his body. The blood of Bale brings destruction, while the blood of Vapula grants the property of mediumship. This destruction stuff, if one were to train it to the level of Seersex, they would hardly be human anymore. Once that guy activates his destruction form, he's basically just a mass of pure destructive energy. You can't even call him a devil, he's just a magical monster in human shape. But if I don't activate my Sin Devil trigger, I can only make do by pairing it with my summoned swords. Levi turned his thoughts to the mediumship ability. This ability, like the immortality property of Phoenix, could be used in his normal state. Immortality removed his vital points, and his recovery speed was absurd. Mediumship was even more direct. It allowed him to communicate with plants and animals, and he could even understand their speech. And then, oh, my observation haki has increased as well. Because of this new mediumship ability, Levi's observation haki had leveled up. Previously, he could only glimpse a few seconds into the future, but now he could see further, and he had even vaguely touched the threshold of listening to the voice of all things. He exhaled, tested it slightly, and then retracted his observation haki. Super speed, vibration, God speed, immortality, freezing, mediumship, destruction. Before I knew it, I've already collected 7 types of blood from the 72 pillars. The issue of losing control the moment he activated his Sin Devil trigger still had no solution. Levi mused that perhaps he could learn from the method Valley used to deal with his Juggernaut drive, wait until he was strong enough, then suppress it by force. That would take time to test slowly. I have, found a way to deal with the problem where my magic power becomes nearly infinite and unstoppable once I activate the Sin Devil trigger. This method was inspired by Ophis. That girl had been following them from the shadows, and she had previously gone out of her way to help Levi understand the operational principle of her infinite magic power, helping him find the node connecting his own source to his magic power. Based on the Key of Solomon and the magical knowledge of the Lucifer clan, Levi carved a trigger-based ritual onto himself. It would only trigger when he activated his Sin Devil trigger. Levi knew clearly that this state didn't have to be triggered. But once he entered his Sin Devil trigger, he could cut the connection line to the source at the very beginning according to his will, or set a specific time to cut it. Simply put, he could now control when to activate his Sin Devil trigger. He could keep it open as long as he wanted, and activate it whenever he wanted. The only thing he couldn't control was whether his mind would remain clear in that state. There is one more thing. Levi reached for the magic gear, Beowulf. He had long wanted to study this piece of equipment and combine it with the angelic secret arts from the Key of Solomon to see what would happen. But that guy Seersex kept holding him back, dragging this matter out until now. However, he had already performed simple tests. After putting on Beowulf, this combination magic gear of gauntlets and greaves would add extra light attribute damage to every strike he landed. Light meant nothing to him, but to a devil, it was deadly poison. And the more force you put into the strike, the more severe the additional damage. When dealing with devils, it might even be more effective than a holy sword. Levi didn't find it strange at all that he could use this magic gear. After all, this item was originally a tool for manipulating light, and Dante and Virgil could use it. Plus, since he was naturally immune to light attribute attacks, there was no reason he couldn't use it. Anyway, you just have to put it on. There's no technical skill required to use it. But when he truly began to study the angelic secret arts in the Key of Solomon, he discovered some things he had never noticed before, and could never have noticed. Following the description in the Key of Solomon, Levi simply gathered light, and then a small spear of light materialized directly in his hand. If he had done this while wearing Beowulf, he would have thought it was the equipment's doing. The key was that he wasn't wearing Beowulf at all, and he still completed it easily. In front of him, light was like an obedient soldier. The Key of Solomon stated clearly that manipulating light was an extremely difficult task. But for Levi, he only needed to use the right method to focus his thoughts, and the light would obediently follow his commands, gathering at the position he wanted them to appear. Could it be that I'm naturally cut out to be an angel? No. Even Levi knew himself that this was absolutely impossible. Manipulating light. This was a talent that a devil in this world absolutely should not have, and should not be able to use. Yet he was truly a devil. And a devil of the Lucifer clan at that. Within the entire devil race, his lineage could be counted as one of the most noble. Countless thoughts flashed through Levi's mind in an instant. He could clearly feel that although the light was obediently resting in his hand, its attack judgment against him still existed. It was just that his ability, Morning Star, had nullified all that damage. Levi pondered the attack judgment he had just created, and felt much more at ease. Maybe it's because the light hates the blood of the Lucifer lot. As soon as I activated the ritual, the light wanted to rush over and destroy me immediately. He thought about it carefully and felt this speculation was quite plausible. Afterward, he dissipated the light and dispelled the ritual. He also put away Beowulf. Alright, the matters at hand are mostly taken care of. Next, I'll go talk to Aozuki Tuko, and finally go check on that guy Hyodo Issei. He can't run away anyway. Aozuki Tuko leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and sighed softly. Today is another day that is boring to the point of explosion. As a magus, whether in terms of strength, talent, or achievements, whichever one you picked, she was at the top level. Grand. That's what others called her. Grand Magus, Aozuki Tuko. But, when it comes to finding amusement, I really have zero talent. Recently, happiness has become scarcer, and my income has become scarcer too. Ah, it's so annoying. Yesterday was boring, today is even more boring. Like a cat, she spun around in her chair twice, then flopped onto the table. Can't something interesting happen for once? Just after muttering that, she sighed again. The first reason was boredom, and the second was poverty. That's right, dirt poor. Although Aozuki Tuko was a top-tier magus, ever since she had a falling out with the clock tower, the money from her technological patents had been cut off, and her financial situation was getting worse by the day. She could usually tolerate being poor. But right now, she was only this bored because she had no money. Otherwise, if I were flush with cash and could support doing some large-scale magical operations, I would definitely have run off to get involved in that war between the Yokai. But there's no helping it. The boredom is because there are no commissions, and the poverty is also because there are no commissions. The Yokai are already fighting, haven't they thought about hiring some outside help? Aozuki Tuko pondered while continuing to spin her chair. Suddenly, her movement stopped. She stopped muttering like she had been, pushed up her glasses, and her gaze landed directly on the empty space in the middle of the room. Magic power was gathering there. A blue magic circle slowly unfolded. Seeing this pattern, Aozuki Tuko adjusted her glasses again. This is the crest of the House of Lucifuge. A devil looking for me. Or is it some magus who signed a contract with a devil, looking to cause me trouble? The moment the light exploded, the air even trembled. When the blinding white light dissipated, two figures had already stepped out from within. Leading them was a black-haired boy wearing a black trench coat, followed by a silver-haired woman in a maid outfit, whose appearance was excessively beautiful. Nice to meet you, Aozuki Tuko. I am a member of the House of Lucifer from the underworld, Levi Lucifer. You can just call me Levi. As his voice fell, a terrifyingly massive amount of magic power pressed down directly. Aozuki Tuko felt it in an instant, This magical power was stronger than any human magus she had ever seen. Even if she opened all her external magic circuits to the maximum, it would be impossible for her to reach this level. No wonder so many magi would rather sign contracts just to get involved with devils. This power is simply not from the same world. I come today with no ill intent. I merely wish to purchase a certain technology from you. The price is negotiable. Do you think you can sell it to me? What Levi wanted was her puppet technology. If it could be solved with money, then that amount of money was nothing to a devil. Of course, if Aozuki Tuko did not agree, he had no intention of being polite. He would take it by force if he had to. Respected Lord Lucifer, may I ask what kind of technology you require? Aozuki Tuko had wanted to run the moment she heard the three words, Lucifer. She recognized the crest of the Lucifuge family and was not completely ignorant about devils. The surname Lucifer meant either one of the four great Satans or a direct member of that Satan family. Regardless of which one it was, getting involved with matters concerning a Satan would never end well. But her magus intuition told her, she could not escape. Even if she escaped using soul transfer, that silver-haired maid would absolutely be able to extract her soul before she could run. Her only path to survival now was to utilize the information asymmetry, before the other party knew she possessed a certain method. Your attainments in puppet magic are very deep. I remember you have a type of magic that can transfer consciousness, or rather, the soul, back and forth between your various puppets. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Aozuki Tuko. Levi paused deliberately before continuing with a smile. This is exactly the technology I need. I intend to use it on homunculi. Aozuki Tuko completely abandoned the idea of running away. Aozuki Tuko felt for the first time as if she had been stripped bare, unable to hide even the smallest hidden thoughts. Perhaps the person opposite her truly possessed mind-reading abilities. That would be truly troublesome. She gritted her teeth and had no choice but to concede. Fine, but the price will have to be discussed later. My craft is a magic for transferring souls between puppets, but homunculi and puppets are not the same thing. I must first see what your homunculi look like with my own eyes, then ponder how to modify it. What do you think? Agreed, no problem. Hearing Levi nod, Aozuki Tuko secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly seized this opportunity to finalize a temporary contract, fearing that the other party might change their mind. After the silver-haired maid sent her to the underworld and was replaced by several homunculi dressed in maid outfits to receive her, she confirmed that the auras of Levi and that maid had completely vanished before she dared to vent in her heart. She did not intend to renege on the debt and was prepared to honestly finish the work. But having finally escaped from that guy who was suspected of being able to read minds, she could at least vent freely in her own mind. She had previously complained that life was too dull, and as a result, the heavens had directly thrown such an outrageous one at her. Is this considered karma? Fine, the word karma has a nice ring to it, and it fits her quite well. Check-in mission. Eliminate Aozuki Tuko's crooked thoughts completed. Check-in reward. Soul intensity significantly increased. Oh. Levi stared at the reward, stunned for a beat. Significantly increased. This was the first time the system had used such phrasing. However, the reward was a good thing, so he was not in a rush to accept it, turning his head to look at Graphia. Let's go, to the next place. As you command, Lord Levi. The magic circle lit up, and when the two appeared again, they were already standing in a child's bedroom. A little boy was lying on the bed, fast asleep. Check-in mission. Obtain Longinus boosted gear. Seeing the mission details, the corners of Levi's mouth curled up. Graphia, I went to find a human magus to buy technology, and you should be able to understand that. But aren't you curious why I have my eyes on this ordinary human child? Lord Levi must have his reasons for doing things. Graphia said it decisively. But the smile on Levi's face stiffened for an instant. She could only sigh in her heart. Of course, to say I'm not curious at all would definitely be a lie. So. Her tone began to become devoid of ripples, as if reading from a script. Lord Levi, why on earth must you seek out this human child? Once Graphia said this, Levi felt even more awkward. Kyoto Issei was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what had happened to him. Graphia stood to the side, a rare look of shock appearing on her face. Levi did not beat around the bush and said directly, the reason I am looking for him is simple, he has a sacred gear inside him. And it is not an ordinary sacred gear, it is the Longinus that stands in opposition to my younger brother Valley's White Dragon Emperor's wings, the boosted gear. Graphia's pupils constricted slightly. This child is the Red Dragon Emperor. For someone at her level, the existence of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, could not be clearer. These two monsters had been fighting each other since they were alive. After they died and became sacred gears, every generation of hosts had also been slaughtering each other madly. One would activate Juggernaut Drive, while the other would activate Balance Breaker, and it would not end until one was dead. Those who had lived long enough had basically witnessed the war between Red and White with their own eyes. Graphia was not surprised. Levi saw that she finally revealed an expression of surprise, so he did not waste any more words and directly drew the Yamato. The tip of the blade gently tapped on Kyoto Issei's chest. Separating a sacred gear from its host, such technology had existed for a long time. But the general method was to kill the host along with it. Yet Levi's Yamato could achieve a faster and safer extraction. Kyoto Issei had no idea what was happening and was still fast asleep. A mass of red energy, like flames, was directly extracted from his body by the Yamato and grasped in Levi's hand. Graphia sensed the aura emitted by that mass of red energy, her expression becoming serious and earnest. It is indeed the aura of the Red Dragon Emperor. She was surprised at first, then felt happy for Levi. Being able to obtain a Longinus of this level was definitely a huge harvest. But the next second, her heart sank. Levi's younger brother Valley is the White Dragon Emperor. The war between Red and White, could it be that this time it would turn into a slaughter between biological brothers? Graphia fell silent. Levi did not notice what she was thinking. He was receiving the system's reward. Check-in reward, Kyoto Issei, magical power trait penetration. The moment this reward was absorbed, Levi clearly felt the nature of his magical power change. It was not an added attribute like the 72 pillars, but a genuine, fundamental change. Originally, his magical power carried a tracking trait, and now it had gained penetration as well. Penetration was one of the abilities of the Red Dragon Emperor, Drag. To put it plainly, it was the ability to directly ignore defense and attack the target itself. In the original work, Kyoto Issei relied on this move to break through Rizevim's sacred gear nullification. Good stuff. This kind of direct attack that could ignore most defenses and interference was a capability simply tailor-made for him. As for that boosted gear, he was not in a rush to use it. Let's go, Graphia. That girl Sakura, I gave her a few words of guidance before, and she isn't as withdrawn as she was before. But she is increasingly treating herself as a tool, which is not a good thing. I want to do something drastic for her and hand the boosted gear over to her. What? Graphia froze in place. Lord Levi, but that is the Red Dragon Emperor, and there is also the White Dragon Emperor. The grudge between those two you mentioned. Levi waved his hand. Valley and Sakura, it is not necessarily the case that they will be led by the nose by that thing as you think. Besides, even if Sakura isn't used to it, we can just switch to another Longinus, it is not like we do not have any. After hearing Levi finish, Graphia finally came to her senses. She thought about it carefully. Just a moment ago, Lord Levi had lightly extracted that Longinus from within the sacred gear user's body. Her gaze fell onto the guy beside her who had been put under a spell, Kyoto Issei, sleeping like a dead pig, clearly still alive. If Lord Levi truly possessed this kind of ability, being able to extract sacred gears from a human body at will. Several thoughts raced through Graphia's mind. Levi saw her expression and knew what she was thinking, shaking his head. Don't overthink it, Graphia. Sacred gears, this thing, can basically only be used by humans. Among our subordinates, only Sakura and Ingvild can use sacred gears. The Longinus that Ingvild has is too deeply attuned to her, changing it to someone else wouldn't unleash its power. As for Sakura, she can open an imaginary space, and this ability is already top tier. I have also prepared a group of familiars for her. In terms of individual combat power, since she is a human, equipping her with 2 Longinus is about enough. 2. A Longinus, this thing, any one of them could unleash earth-shattering power. 2 of them in the same person's hands. Just thinking about it felt terrifying. As for the rest, Graphia, our number 1 target right now is Rizvam. That guy has the ability of sacred gear nullification, which is likely some kind of Longinus. Especially this boosted gear, it might come in handy when the time comes. As for the others, they are all useless against him. After we finish off Rizvam, the next phase will mostly be a contest of high-end combat power, not relying on human wave tactics. When that time really comes, believe it or not, if you want cannon fodder, there will be plenty of people sending them to you endlessly. But top-tier combat power is not something that can be cultivated, it only counts when you encounter it. Levi put away the boosted gear. Under the night sky, Graphia stood to the side listening to him speak, her emotions slowly stabilizing, returning to her usual demeanor, and she nodded at him. Understood, Lord Levi. Logically speaking, night is the time for devil activities. But when Levi and Graphia returned, Sakura was already asleep, hugging Sharon. Although Kuroka spoke with helplessness, her eyes carried affection, towards this younger sister, and towards that little one, she always acted like an older sister. It is fine, no rush for this moment. When Sakura wakes up tomorrow, I have something to discuss with her. As for tonight, Levi remembered the soul enhancement he had not received yet, so he clapped his hands. Alright, go do whatever you need to do. I have some things to take care of here. Kuroka originally wanted to say a few words, but hearing Levi say this, she swallowed the words back. Graphia always had a pile of things to be busy with. Ingvild had been learning basic close-quarters combat from Artoria these past few days. Tiamat was not here, she was likely soaking in the imaginary space, managing those familiars. Kuroka smiled at Levi at this moment. Alright, Lord Levi, get some rest early tilde. You all as well. After the retainers dispersed, Levi returned to his room, sat down on the bed, and directly clicked the option. Soul intensity significantly increased. Except, soul intensity significantly increased. Just looking at the title, Levi felt the commotion would definitely be significant, fearing it might cause a huge uproar, which is why he deliberately chose such a quiet moment to handle it. As it turned out, receiving this reward took only the blink of an eye. Then, Levi felt the scene before his eyes suddenly brighten, and the sounds in his ears became clearer. Even his brain, which used to be easily swayed by emotions, now felt like it had been elevated a level, to the point where he could vaguely touch the seam between his thoughts and emotions. It was a strange feeling, but put simply, the most obvious change was that his mind was sharper and his 5 senses were keener. As for whether this was because he was too good at choosing check-in characters or if it was a system issue, he couldn't figure it out either. The strength of his observation haki had surged upwards significantly. Predicting the future, listening to all things, these abilities were becoming increasingly intuitive. Levi even felt that if he were to truly travel to the world of One Piece, his observation haki alone would be at the ceiling level. Strange, why does my observation haki always increase along with other rewards? Could it be that I'm naturally gifted at training this? Levi. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. Levi was stunned for a moment, then realized that the voice wasn't heard through his ears but had appeared directly in his consciousness. He instinctively turned his head to look beside him. A tear opened in space, and Ophis crawled out from within. What is it, Ophis? This increase in observation haki was even more exaggerated than Levi had imagined. Previously, he couldn't perceive Ophis at all. Now, although, listening to all things, was still useless, he could barely capture her movement trajectory with, predicting the future. While Levi was pondering this, Ophis had already crawled in front of him, her nose almost touching his. The sweet, cloying scent from her drifted over, and Levi couldn't help but sniff. Ophis mimicked his action, sniffing him like a puppy, and then concluded with an expressionless face. It is Didrag. Levi, you have the scent of Didrag on you. Levi's first reaction was that Ophis could sense his system space. But on second thought, he felt that wasn't right. He raised his hand and circulated pure magic power in front of Ophis. The magic power condensed into a ball of light, making it easier for her to see clearly. Ophis's gaze naturally fell upon it. Levi smiled and nodded. That's right, my magic power has gained a penetration property. That's likely why my magic power is somewhat similar to the Red Dragon Emperor's. Ophis didn't ask further. She didn't care how Levi obtained this magic property. She just wanted to confirm that Levi had become stronger, and that was enough. However, Ophis stared at the ball of magic light in Levi's hand and blinked. Levi. Besides penetration, your magic power is strange. How so? Ophis looked at him expressionlessly, her tone as flat as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Your magic power has a total of 3 properties. One is Didrag's penetration, one is only half activated, and the other is hidden. Levi was stunned. Honestly, if Ophis hadn't brought it up, he would never have even thought about it. Looking back, no one had ever mentioned such a thing to him before. But Ophis would not lie. She didn't even understand what deception was. That meant, was there really something hidden in his magic power that hadn't awakened yet? Levi frowned, his mind racing. He suddenly remembered the recording he had asked Graphia to help him watch earlier. It was the one recorded by Saju Ayaka, the battle between him and Solomon. Graphia had said at the time that Solomon's clairvoyance had initially been sealed by that root princess, Saju Ayaka. But just as Solomon was about to die, she had broken the seal. And then, Solomon saw something. After seeing it, he completely stopped fighting. All his noble phantasms were useless, and he was just finished off by his Sin Devil trigger form. The deeper Levi thought about it, the further he delved. Perhaps he truly couldn't control the power Ophis spoke of right now. But once he entered the Sin Devil trigger form, all his power would be completely unleashed. In other words, in that form, he could use all his abilities. The problem was, every time he activated Sin Devil trigger, he lost his sanity and remembered nothing upon waking up. He had no idea what moves he had used at the time. Thinking of this, Levi's brow furrowed even tighter. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly felt a weight on his body. Ophis crawled onto him and pressed her head against his chest, as if listening for some movement. Oh, Ophis. After his soul strength increased, Levi was much calmer than before. But encountering a situation like this, he still instinctively held his breath. His face burned, and his heart rate accelerated sharply. Something is beating. Nonsense, if it didn't beat, you would be dead. It's beating faster and faster. After listening for a while, Ophis got off him. Levi secretly let out a sigh of relief, yet inexplicably felt a bit of reluctance in his heart. Ophis continued. As expected, there is a problem. Levi, there is another power within you, and it is hidden very deeply. Moreover, because of this power's existence, a large portion of your original power has been suppressed. She paused, her little face still devoid of expression. Your true strength should probably be about the same as Ingvild's. But what you are displaying right now is only this much. It is strange. After hearing these words, Levi fell silent. He hadn't known any of these things before. Now that Ophis had spilled it all at once, he felt a bit dazed. With his soul strength higher than before, Levi took a few deep breaths, and the stifling feeling in his chest receded significantly. After calming down, his mind turned to something he had pondered before. The original Lucifer, that guy should be at the transcendent level, right? After all, the things he left behind after his death were so terrifying. If someone told him he was only Satan class, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. If Lucifer was a transcendent, then after he activated that sin devil trigger form, according to Ophis, he should have reached the dragon god class. In other words, the potential in this guy's bloodline was completely unleashed, capable of unleashing power at the dragon god class. But he himself was currently at the level of a high-class devil, nowhere near that. If we're talking about multipliers, the gap between a transcendent and a dragon god is too absurd. Therefore, he suspected that besides the power of the original Lucifer lineage, there was something else hidden within him. That would make sense. Besides, Ophis wouldn't lie to him about this. Ophis, this power is suppressing most of my strength. Aside from that, are there any other troubles? What kind of trouble can your own things cause? Fine, understood. In other words, this power was also his own, he just couldn't control it, which was why it had become like this. Then is there any way to deal with it now? If it could be solved, according to Ophis, the suppressed part plus what he could currently use would put his base state directly at Ingvild's level. Not to mention that power he couldn't grasp at all. No. Levi actually already had an idea about this answer. So he wasn't too disappointed, just nodded. All right, I understand. Ophis stared into his eyes for a while, then reached out and tore open a spatial rift. Before entering, she turned back and said expressionlessly, I will protect you. Levi was stunned for a moment, and looking at that completely expressionless face, he couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I will master this power as soon as possible too. Ophis nodded and disappeared into the rift. Levi sat back in his original position, one hand pressed to his chest, and it took a long while for him to fully recover. I certainly learned some unexpected things, but it's nothing. I'll treat these things as unexpected surprises, a good thing, positive feedback, and a gift I got for free. I'll follow the original plan, keep the pace, and when the time comes, I'll naturally get what I should get. It's that simple. As soon as Sakura finished speaking, the crimson magic power seemed to come alive, winding and climbing along her arm. That emerald gem suddenly lit up. The next moment, the boosted gear covered her hand. It's done. Sakura lowered her head to look at the Longinus on her hand, a gentle smile curving her lips. Seeing that Sakura had successfully summoned this Longinus, Levi and the others nodded in approval. Sakura, try out its ability. Understood, Lord Levi. Sakura responded and clenched her 5 fingers tightly. The green gem on the gauntlet erupted with blinding light. The power of the Longinus was activated. Boost. A low mechanical voice rang out. Sakura clearly felt that the power within her had directly doubled. This is too strong. Sakura had long understood that the thing Levi specifically obtained for her certainly wouldn't be bad. But she really hadn't expected the effect to be so explosive. 10 seconds later. Boost. The second round of reinforcement descended. Her power doubled again. Sakura realized this time and, following the method Levi had taught her, carefully felt the state of her body. Lord Levi, I can only boost 8 times at most right now. She lowered her head with some guilt. I'm sorry, I don't seem to have been able to fully utilize the potential of this Longinus. Levi reached out and patted her head, his smile gentle. Don't think like that, 8 times is already quite good. When you master the balance breaker of the Longinus one day, that's when you'll truly take off. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Tiamat beside him. Tiamat met his gaze and shook her head gently. D-Drag hasn't woken up yet. However, it has slept for so long, I feel it's almost time. Levi nodded again after hearing this. D-Drag, this was also another key reason why he had Sakura use the boosted gear. Sakura's past was too bitter. Sometimes, once she got stuck in a rut, she would shrink into self-abasement and couldn't come out. Plus, her personality was soft by nature, making it hard for people to stop worrying about her. Letting her grasp power was one thing, making her truly strong was another. Sakura, inside this Longinus sleeps the soul of one of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor, D-Drag. It should wake up after a while. When that time comes, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask it. However, regarding power, with your talent, it's already enough. I hope even more that D-Drag can make your personality tougher, and stop you from constantly denying yourself. But if you feel too much pressure during this process, you must tell me, understand. Levi had mentioned this. Sakura immediately recalled the time when they caught Tasaka-rin, when they went down to the basement together, and Levi had casually mentioned it to her. She nodded. Fine, if I really run into difficulties, I will definitely tell you. That's good. As long as Sakura didn't force herself, Levi was relieved. As for Valley's identity, the White Dragon Emperor, his own brother, Levi never intended to hide it. Searsex, Ajuka, Graphia, as well as Kuroka, Ingvild, and Artoria, all those who needed to know already knew. But if he were to tell Sakura everything all at once now, the string in her heart would surely snap. This had to be done slowly. Levi patted Sakura on the shoulder and turned his gaze to Sharon. This girl had been overshadowed by Sakura and was now at the bottom of the team. Her ears were drooping, and her tail was wilted. He reached out and scooped Sharon into his arms. Meow meow, meow. Sharon let out a strange cry. Levi casually patted her head. Don't be discouraged. Remember what I told you before, you'll be able to become stronger sooner or later. Sharon nodded vigorously. Her mood instantly improved. She nuzzled into Levi's arms, finding the most comfortable position to curl up in. Kuroka watched this, her mouth twitching. She didn't have any objections to Levi-sama being close with her little sister. What was wrong with the two of them being on good terms? But the problem was, Sharon wasn't an adult yet. An underage Nekomata couldn't do anything. If Levi-sama really had those thoughts, then it should be her, Kuroka, who stepped in. He, ha ha hey hey hey. Just as Levi finished comforting Sharon, he heard Kuroka making an eerie laughing sound, and he sighed helplessly. Kuroka, don't be like that, it's creepy. Kuroka snapped out of it. Hearing Levi's words, she pounced on him, hooking her arms around Levi's neck from the side like a spoiled cat, and the two of them tumbled together. I want to play too. Ingvild blinked her orange eyes and pounced over as well. Sakura stood to the side, stunned. This situation, what was she supposed to do? Tiamat covered her face and sighed helplessly. It wasn't until Graphia and Artoria returned that the commotion finally settled down. Levi straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and spoke to the two of them. Alright, since you're back, what's the situation in Kyoto? Tell me about it. Graphia and Artoria hadn't appeared earlier because Levi had sent them to scout out the situation in Kyoto. Sama, the situation there is completely different from what we imagined. Levi raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that although the three factions of yokai in Kyoto were fighting lively, it would at most be like the original work, choosing a location, focusing on tactics, and charging at each other for a battle. But the reality seemed not so simple. Kyoto has fallen into complete chaos. 2/3 of the city district has become ruins, and you can see yokai slaughtering each other everywhere. Hagoromo Gitsune killed Nurarihyone's son and grandson, and Nurarihyone retaliated by stabbing Hagoromo Gitsune, directly ruining her plan to give birth. After both sides started killing blindly, Kyoto was destroyed beyond recognition. Yasaka, as the leader of the Kyoto Yokai, also started fighting to the death with her subordinates. Right now, that place is just a total mess. It's not rare to run into yokai in any corner. Moreover, the battlefield is expanding, affecting surrounding cities, and even ordinary people are starting to notice the existence of yokai. After listening to Graphia, Levi nodded. Thinking back carefully, by the later stages of that battle in the original work, the human side was also in quite a mess, and the final battlefield was indeed heavily damaged. Understood. If that's the case, adding us now doesn't make much of a difference. It's actually a good thing. After saying this, Levi stood up and smiled at his subordinates nearby. Since they've all gone mad with killing, there's no need for us to establish contact with any side beforehand. We'll just charge in and let these guys who have lost their heads cool down. We'll deal with the rest after they've calmed down. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates in front of him stood up in unison. Yes, Levi-sama. Whoosh. Ha. It was pitch black in front of her, and the sound of 4 feet landing on the ground behind her was getting closer and closer. The pair of fox ears on top of Kuno's head clearly captured the movement behind her, which made her even more furious. Her perception was too sensitive. I'm going to die. The opponent's malice crashed over her like a tidal wave, and the hideous laughter sounded like ghost claws reaching out from hell. The swaying, hideous shadow had completely enveloped Kuno. And, she really couldn't run anymore. As the daughter of the Kyoto Yokai commander Yusaka, Kuno had basically lived in a honeypot before. Kyoto was her family's territory. The yokai here protected her, and her mother protected her. But now, this place had become a real battlefield. She had just been a little careless, and the overwhelming malice had tightly wrapped around her. Kuno ran slower and slower. Her legs had long since gone weak, her steps were short and chaotic, her breathing had lost its rhythm, and her chest hurt as if someone was scraping it with a knife. The yokai behind her didn't care who she was at all. They had gone mad with killing. As long as it was from the enemy camp, they would chase if they saw it, and bite if they caught it. They didn't care what her status was or who stood behind her. The alley turned several corners, and Kuno looked back while running. Then she ran headfirst into a wall. A dead end. Looking back again, that yokai had already blocked the alley entrance. 8 bone claws were dug into the walls on both sides, making a clicking scratching sound, like some living creature using its nails to scratch stone. The bullhorned skull tilted slightly, and pitch-black flames coiled like snakes in the gaps of its skeleton, slowly writhing. It crawled toward Kuno in a spider-like posture, its mouth slowly opening, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Kuno leaned her back against the wall, her voice stuck in her throat, unable to make a sound. She curled into a ball, hugged her head, and squeezed her eyes shut. It's over. Mom. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes. She thought that in the next second she would be torn apart, the pain would explode from somewhere, and then everything would be over. But she waited with her eyes closed for a long time. The anticipated pain never came. Kuno slowly opened her eyes and lifted her head. Someone was blocking in front of her. That man was unhurriedly sheathing his sword. The long sword entered the scabbard, making a faint click. And in front of him, the hideous bone yokai had already been burned to ash in the black flames. It was dead completely. Kuno was stunned. The man turned back and showed her a particularly bright smile. Are you okay? This city had long since become a battlefield. The streets were filled with the sounds of slaughter. Looking at that smile, Kuno's nose soured, and she burst into tears, throwing herself directly into the arms of this strange man, grabbing his clothes and refusing to let go, crying until she was out of breath. Levi looked down at the little girl in his arms, not knowing how to comfort her for a moment. Forget it. He pulled Kuno into an embrace. Kuno's body trembled slightly. Levi's voice came from above her head. Stop crying for now, let's fight our way out first. Kuno abruptly held back her sobs and looked around with teary eyes. Without her realizing it, the alley entrance was surrounded again. It was full of bone yokai exactly like the one from before. A dark, oppressive mass. She panicked again instantly, her whole body tensing up tight. Levi held her with one hand, while his other hand had already returned to the hilt of the Yamato. Don't be afraid. He smiled. When you yokai fight, isn't it that whoever chickens out first loses? As soon as his words fell, his hand moved. Kuno didn't see him draw the sword at all. She only saw him draw the sword and sheath it again, the movement so fast it was as if it hadn't happened. Then, several crisscrossing sword marks flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, the circle of bone yokai around them was completely swallowed by black flames. Burned clean away. That was the flame that only appeared when they died. Kuno opened her mouth. This person, who exactly was he? Kuno was completely stunned, her eyes wide open. Levi casually swatted away a yokai that pounced over and looked down to smile at the little one in his arms. If you're still afraid of this kind of trash while by my side, then where would I put my face? Kuno looked up at the man holding her, blinking blankly. She didn't know what she was thinking, and it seemed like she didn't need to think at all. She nodded blankly. Levi used his observation haki to scan the surroundings, confirming there were no other enemies hiding, and only then did he let go and put Kuno down. Alright, let's go. I'll go take care of some business first, and then send you back. If you stay missing, your mother will probably be worried sick. Only then did Kuno completely snap out of it and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Kuno, has my Kuno still not been found? Inside the Kyoto yokai headquarters, Yusaka stared at the Tengu in front of her, her brows knitted together, her tone carrying a rare sense of pressure. Sorry, Yusaka-sama. Once the war started, the messengers around Yusaka had been replaced several times. This newly arrived Tengu had no idea how to calm her down and could only lower his head, shivering. Yusaka's emotions were becoming increasingly irritable. But compared to the other two families, at least she hadn't seen her daughter's corpse with her own eyes. She still had a thread of hope hanging on in her heart and hadn't completely lost control. But she could feel it, something was wrong about this. Kuno was clearly in my barrier and never ran around randomly. It's impossible for her to tear through my barrier. Yusaka muttered to herself. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this war had come out of nowhere. That old thing Narration couldn't even protect his grandson after his son died. He might really have been negligent. But what about Hagoromo Gitsune? How could she not have made preparations? And yet she still ended up getting stabbed by Narration. With all these things put together, were they really all coincidences? Could coincidences cause a bloody battle of this scale? Impossible. But Yusaka knew clearly in her heart that it was useless for her to say anything now. Neither Narration nor Hagoromo Gitsune would listen. Both sides had already treated the other as a mortal enemy, and the yokai under their command had gone mad with killing. This war simply couldn't be stopped. As for her own side, if she were to see Kuno's corpse with her own eyes, she would most likely do the same thing. Kuno, my Kuno. Even though the barrier was perfectly intact, she had just disappeared into thin air. Yusaka's gaze suddenly turned cold. The aura surging from her body made the surrounding air feel as if it were being pressed down by something, faintly trembling. A name flashed through her mind. That was an existence that only appeared in ancient legends. Calling her a yokai was somewhat disrespectful, perhaps she should be called a great sage. If it really was her, then everything could be explained. After all, the method of Kuno's disappearance is exactly the same as Spirit Away. After Levi led his subordinates into Kyoto, he first scattered everyone, letting them familiarize themselves with the battlefield situation before regrouping. On the way, he happened to save Kuno, and then found the others. Did you find anything? Nothing. The situation here is the same as always, a complete mess. The Nura clan, the Kyoto clan, and the 100 demons of Hagoromo Gitsune, the three sides are locked in a fierce battle. The situation looks intense, but it's impossible to determine a winner anytime soon. This war looks tragic enough on the surface, but to be honest, I'm afraid it has only just begun. Graphia had participated in the Devil Civil War, and she provided her judgment based on her past experience. These words sent Levi into deep thought. Kuroka immediately wrapped her arms around Kuno, who was standing next to Levi. Lord Levi, who is this? Kuno, the general of the Kyoto clan, daughter of Yasaka. Hearing this, Kuroka was stunned. But what surprised her wasn't that Levi had brought back another woman after going out. She knew exactly what kind of person Levi was. Although he had a lecherous heart, he would never take the initiative to hit on anyone, because his emotional intelligence was just too low. If he were actually to try and flirt with his ability, he would usually manage to anger the other person into walking away within 5 sentences. Therefore, Kuroka only cared about one thing. The new generation of the Nura clan and the Hagoromo Gitsune side are practically all dead, yet Yasaka still dares to let her daughter run around. Is that so-called Supreme General not quite right in the head? Kuroka narrowed her eyes, unable to help but complain. Ingbild and Artoria nodded along. Not to mention them, even Sakura and Sharon felt something was wrong with this. No. It's not like that. Kuno hurriedly explained. Mother has always protected me well. It's just that I don't know what happened myself. I was dazed, and it seems I was just taken away by someone. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, and by the end, her head was bowed low. This was indeed too embarrassing. But as soon as Yasaka was mentioned, Kuno raised her voice again. This really has nothing to do with mother. It's all my fault. Once those words left Kuno's mouth, Levi and the others were even more confused. Putting it so nicely, isn't it just dumping her on us to watch over? Levi complained to himself, but he didn't dwell on the matter any further. He changed the subject and looked at Graphia. Right, I asked you to check the bottom of the Nura clan. What did you find? Graphia nodded and responded. On the Nura clan's side, the leader, Narration, indeed possesses Satan-class strength. However, he has old wounds. He's fine for fighting yokai, but he can no longer maintain Satan-class combat power for a long time. As for the yokai underneath, the strongest ones probably couldn't even beat the weaker ultimate-class devils. The Onmyoji are about the same. Hidemoto Keikane, who they treat as their backbone, is basically finished and has no combat power. This news made Levi frown, and he turned to look at Tiamat. What about your side? How is the situation with Hagoromo Gitsune? There are 2 Dragon King class individuals. Tiamat said in a flat tone. Neither Hagoromo Gitsune herself nor that Tsushigumo has the same restrictions as Narration. Especially Tsushigumo. Although he doesn't compare to the level of me and Graphia, he's actually quite capable if it comes down to a real fight. As for the lackeys under Hagoromo Gitsune, they are about the same as the Nura clan's side, but overall, they are a notch stronger. After hearing this, Levi's gaze fell on Kuno. You Kyoto clan members wouldn't have joined forces with the Nura clan, would you? Absolutely not. Kuno shook her head. Mother has always been protecting the people and yokai of this city and hasn't favored either side. Levi's brows knitted even tighter. That's strange. The Nura clan is so much weaker than Hagoromo Gitsune's group, and Hagoromo Gitsune is targeting them specifically, so why haven't they been wiped out yet? According to the original plot, Nura Raikuo could rely on protagonist plot armor to stop Tsushigumo, and even then, the fight was miserable. But now, Tsushigumo is still there, and Hagoromo Gitsune actually managed to get stabbed by Narration. That's absurd. Not to mention that the stabbing directly caused Hagoromo Gitsune to miscarry. These things were already suspicious. Right now, the Nura clan is clearly a notch weaker than Hagoromo Gitsune, yet they are able to fight the other side to this extent. As for Yusaka not joining forces with the Nura clan, Levi wasn't surprised. If Nura Raikuo were in charge, Yusaka might have considered teaming up. But that old thing Nurarihyun, it's true that he isn't evil, but he definitely can't be considered a good person either. Otherwise, the city wouldn't have been destroyed to this extent. In other words, this chaotic battle between the three groups of yokai reeks of something wrong from beginning to end. Nothing makes sense. Graphia, you take Kuno back first, and take Sakura and Sharon with you. Sharon's senjutsu can accurately sense and restore, and Sakura's imaginary space makes it more convenient to transport Kuno. No matter which side encounters a situation, they can quickly communicate and provide support through the imaginary space. Understood. Graphia nodded in agreement, and Sakura and Sharon walked to her side. These two haven't fully grown up yet, but they are sufficient as support. Sakura can even use the Red Dragon Emperor's gift to double Graphia's power. There won't be any problems on their side. However, Kuno looked at Levi with reluctance before leaving, finally grabbing his hand. Benefactor, could you tell me your name? My name. Levi Lucifer. You go back and tell Yusaka to prepare herself. I guarantee in the name of Lucifer that I will end this war. Levi didn't say this casually. Besides the fact that these yokai's combat power was decent, check in target Kuno, end the yokai war. Yes. Kuno nodded vigorously, then left with Graphia and the others. Levi looked at his remaining retainers. Kuroka, Ingvild, Tiamat, Artoria, and himself. Although Kuroka and Ingvild are on the weaker side, they each have their own uses. If they were to go all out together, they could even take down Nurarihyun. The combat power here is already sufficient. So, let's go. We'll go check out the Nura clan. I want to see how they managed to reach the current stalemate against the 100 demons of Hagoromo Gitsune with weaker combat power. If I'm not mistaken, the core problem of this three-way war lies exactly there. After hearing Levi's words, the others stood up as well. Yes, Lord Levi. In his previous life, Levi liked the daytime, but in this life as a devil, his adaptation to the night is naturally stronger than the day. Night had fallen, and a devil's body and magic power become more active as the light fades. This feeling made Levi feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart. Now that the yokai war is raging, there is no more daylight in this city. The night not only provides a boost to yokai, but it is the same for devils. 2/3 of Kyoto had been destroyed. The remaining third was scattered in patches here and there, and the most intact parts were the headquarters of the three factions, the Nura clan, the 100 demons of Hagoromo Gitsune, and the Kyoto clan. When Levi and his retainers walked from the ruins to the Nura clan headquarters, that feeling of stepping from the outskirts into the city surged up at once. Levi had already greeted Nurarihyun before coming, so this time, as soon as he walked to the gate of the Nura clan mansion, someone was waiting there. Nurarihyun didn't want to provoke a devil while fighting Hagoromo Gitsune. Hello, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The woman speaking had long golden hair, and her eyes were as beautiful as violets. She exuded a noble and gorgeous temperament from the inside out, standing smiling on the small path in the courtyard, watching as Levi and his retainers approached. From a distance, one only felt her aura was astonishing. When they arrived close, Levi realized that this woman's features were naturally imbued with a seductive charm. Yet, she wore a strange hat on her head that looked like a nightcap. It looked quite funny, but wearing it on her head only added a touch of cuteness. The pride of a queen, the charm of a woman, the innocence of a girl, a perfectly proportioned figure, plus those eyes as mischievous as a child's. All the good things you could find in a woman, she possessed them all. The moment Levi saw her, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The woman took out a lady's folding fan, opened it gently, and covered half her face. This obstruction not only blocked the view but also made it seem like looking at flowers through a thin mist, adding an air of intellectuality. Excuse me, the moment I saw you just now, I was subconsciously stunned. Levi snapped out of it and looked at her with a smile. These words made her eyes curve. But before she could speak, Levi spoke again. I really didn't expect to run into you here, the sage of Gensokyo. To be honest, I was quite curious about this three-way yokai war before. But the moment I saw you, I wasn't curious at all. Levi was smiling the whole time he spoke. But the woman's curved eyes, as Levi's smile grew brighter, slowly stiffened instead. You're right, aren't you, the yokai among yokai, the mastermind behind everything, Yakumo Yukari. Check in target Yakumo Yukari, help Yakumo Yukari resolve the Dragon God incident of Gensokyo. The moment Levi saw Yakumo Yukari, he was actually surprised in his heart. He had thought of many possibilities before, but these possibilities were all discarded the moment he saw Yakumo Yukari. Once you've seen Yakumo Yukari, can you still suspect anyone else? Besides, if Yakumo Yukari and those yokai of Gensokyo were willing to help Narration, then the Nura clan's strength would definitely skyrocket to a terrifying level. However, if that were the case, the question arises, how did the Hagoromo Gitsune side manage to hold out? Or rather, why does Yakumo Yukari want to keep this war going? Levi was pondering these things when Yakumo Yukari closed her folding fan. The slight emotion on her face that could be seen by Levi never caused any ripples. It seems that even after hundreds or thousands of years, there are still people in the world outside Gensokyo who recognize me. However, talk of being a mastermind is definitely just others making things up about me. I'm just a stray dog who wanted to do something 1,000 years ago, failed, and had to run away with my tail between my legs. Hiding in a small corner, not even daring to come out of Gensokyo. This time I was just out for a stroll, and I didn't expect to be recognized. I'm also quite troubled by it. Levi listened and smiled. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Going around in circles with someone like you, I'd eventually be led into a dead end and wouldn't be able to escape. When he said this, his tone was noticeably more serious. I'll be blunt. About the Gensokyo matter. Let's just be clear. I can solve the Dragon God issue for you, but the fighting here really must stop. If it continues, the check-in mission for Kuno might fail. The check-in for Yusaka should be similar. No matter what, I have to figure out the situation in advance. As for Gensokyo, that so-called Dragon God incident in the check-in target. Fantasy, Dragon God. With these two words put together, there is probably only one such entity in the whole world. That is great red. So Levi could roughly guess that Yakumo Yukari's check-in mission is about the same difficulty as Ophus's. If the enemy is the same, it means that the task originally intended to be done gains an extra boost out of thin air. Therefore, Levi agreed to this without any psychological burden. However, his words made Yakumo Yukari a bit restless. If she weren't the administrator of Gensokyo and certain that nothing from inside had escaped, she would have thought Levi was a resident of Gensokyo. How does he know everything? Yakumo Yukari, who had originally wanted to obscure the situation, had no choice but to helplessly abandon her previous plans. After all, since Levi knew everything, it would be too foolish for her to try to cover it up. Sigh, since you already know, there is nothing left for me to say. Since you understand, you should know even better that this is the only place where I and those guys can stay right now. Calling it Gensokyo is more like calling it a retirement home managed by a 17-year-old beauty like me. Yakumo Yukari covered her face and said this with a beaming smile. Levi almost blurted out, "Do you even have any shame? 17 years old. In the records of the Lucifer clan, their first contact with Yakumo Yukari was 1,200 years ago. Yakumo Yukari was at least 1,200 years old to begin with. It might even be 1,700. Perhaps before the gods even appeared, this old yokai was already wandering the world. Levi held it in for a long time, finally managing not to voice that retort. Yakumo Yukari, rarely not being teased about her age, smiled with her eyes curved and continued. There is trouble in Gensokyo, and I cannot just sit by and watch those guys lose their place to stay. You devils might think that the war has reached the point where it should stop. But in my view, this little commotion is far from enough. Deep within her smiling eyes, a cold light flashed. The night swallowing the day, humans fearing yokai. If we want all of this to return to this land, isn't a war that can overturn the status quo the best opportunity? My plan has almost reached the final step. And now you come to me saying we should stop. Hee hee, rather than trusting you, I would rather trust this plan that is about to succeed. Yakumo Yukari actually knew everything. She recognized Tiamat. She could also feel how strong the aura on Artoria was. Not to mention, her insight was evident. Levi had the scent of Lucifer, and Ingvild had the scent of Leviathan. She could see through Kuroka, that cat yokai, at a single glance. But even so, her attitude remained firm. If it really came down to a head-on confrontation, even if there were 3 more of her, she would not be a match for the people in front of her. It is no exaggeration to say that Tiamat alone could take on 2.5 of her. The combat power of the dragon race naturally surpasses others. The highest-ranking yokai and the dragon kings are barely considered to be on the same level, but even within the same level, there are differences in strength. Tiamat, she is the strongest among the 5 great dragon kings. Her status is just like Graphia and Sarafal among the Satan class, only half a step away from the higher level. And what about Yakumo Yukari? Her combat power can only be considered average among the highest-ranking yokai. But she never relies on that to make a living. Compared to head-on combat, if she wants to run, even a transcendent wouldn't be able to stop her. In terms of the bizarre nature, variability, and diversity of her abilities, she is unique in the whole world. Among yokai, she is the one and only boundary yokai in history. So even if the opponent had figured out her background, and even if she couldn't win in a hard fight, Yakumo Yukari had no intention of being afraid. Because she knew, they couldn't catch her. Yakumo Yukari's mental calculations were clicking away. As long as she ran, whether she could win or not was irrelevant. On her side, the one thing she didn't lack was people who could fight. Kazami Yuka, Ibuki Suika, Hoshiguma Yugi. This matter had long ceased to be just her own. The entire Gensokyo had been dragged into it. Can't win. What does that matter? She could call for help. The strongest yokai, the strongest gods, Gensokyo had everything. At worst, she could pull them all over to fight together. That was exactly what Yakumo Yukari thought. She indeed had the confidence to do so. Even Graphia might not necessarily be able to take her down. Even if Ajuka wanted to catch her, he would have to spend some effort. In the whole world, there are only 2 people who can surely catch her. Oh, now it might be 3. Yakumo Yukari didn't think her luck was that bad. So she was very confident. But Levi was crystal clear in his heart. He indeed didn't know Yakumo Yukari's background, but from her composed demeanor, he understood that this woman definitely had an ace up her sleeve. Since that was the case, Levi raised his hand, stopping Tiamat and Kuroka, who were about to make a move. Just as Yakumo Yukari was confused, Levi snapped his fingers. Ophis, catch her. Okay. A cold and melodious voice rang directly in everyone's hearts. Yakumo Yukari wanted to run, but it was already too late. Her gap was shattered by a fair, delicate palm. The next instant, her entire body was forcibly dragged out from the spatial rift. A dozen black snakes slithered out along that fair palm and burrowed into Yakumo Yukari's body. She could no longer feel her yokai power. Her whole body felt limp, unable to muster any strength. This move by Ophis directly suppressed her, making her even worse off than an ordinary person. Yakumo Yukari was very unaccustomed to this sudden weakness. She was pressed to the ground by Ophis, having no strength left to resist. Moreover, she didn't intend to resist. Because compared to being caught, she was more shocked by the black-haired girl in front of her. Ophis. Ophis. She muttered this name, her eyes widening. Infinite Dragon God, the strongest in the world. Levi squatted down and signaled Ophis to let her go. I said from the beginning, I hate beating around the bush, and I don't want to do that with you. He looked at Yakumo Yukari, who was lying on the ground, his tone very flat. Do you think I was giving you a choice just now? You wouldn't happen to think that I, a devil, am the kind of guy who acts like a hero on a whim, right? That after hearing about the situation there, I ran over to help you out of some savior mentality. You thought too much. I just wanted to help, so I helped. You just need to accept it obediently. Refuse. The corners of Levi's mouth curled up, and he smiled meaningfully. Do you think you have a choice? Yakumo Yukari glanced at Ophis standing beside Levi. The other party was quiet, looking exactly like someone who would never go west if Levi said to go east. She could only smile helplessly. It seems that I really have no room for choice. Yakumo Yukari was very clear in her heart. Since she couldn't resist this person in front of her at all, she finally understood what Levi's previous words meant. She had found it strange at first. How could the other party expect her to abandon her plan and obediently trust him just based on a few words? But now she understood, because Levi had no need to waste words with her, and she could only believe. That's right. Throw away those plans of yours. I'm not here to bestow favors, nor do I need you to be grateful afterwards. So whether we get along or not is not important, so you don't have to feel wronged. Next, I will press the pause button on this three-way war that has broken out in the human world. After finishing here, I will go to Gensokyo to see what exactly is going on. Yakumo Yukari had already slowly accepted this sense of powerlessness. She stood up from the ground, listened to Levi's words, and nodded quietly. However, my lord, this war has reached a point where it simply cannot be stopped. Yakumo Yukari blocked her face with her folding fan, blinked twice, and deliberately made her tone playful. It's not that simple to make it stop. How about you let Lady Infinite Dragon God lift the restriction on me first? Anyway, I can't run away, so why not let me show you what I can do? Levi listened and shook his head. Not that simple. He ignored Yakumo Yukari's words entirely and walked straight into the main house of the Nura clan along the small path. Yakumo Yukari and the others followed. Then they heard Levi say unhurriedly, "Don't be ridiculous. Making it stop, how hard can that be?" Having said this, he stopped speaking. Yakumo Yukari was stunned for a moment, then realized, and a wry smile could not help but appear on her face. That's right. To these guys, making the yokai stop the war was the same as her abandoning her own plan. It wasn't just a little bit easy. Yakumo Yukari figured it out, so she simply shut her mouth and remained silent. She followed the group obediently, sighing in her heart along the way. She was truly helpless. Ophis was here, she couldn't run, and she couldn't win. Even if she called all her helpers, they wouldn't be able to beat that dragon. Since that was the case, she could only accept her fate. I came here for one purpose, to stop this war. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. This war is delaying my real business, so I came over to mediate, that's all. The tone of Levi's speech was not like that of a hero at all. He didn't come for any bullshit peace either. In the end, it was just that this fight was getting in the way of the work he had Tasaka Tokiomi doing over in the Far East. The key was that he didn't put these yokai in his eyes at all. If any of these three forces had a transcendent sitting in charge, he would have taken Tasaka Tokiomi and moved elsewhere long ago. Who would care if you fought to the death? If three transcendents got together, you can fight all you want. If one dies, that's one less. What the hell does that have to do with me? But now, there are only 4 Satan-class combatants among the 3 forces, and these 4 aren't even the top-tier ones among the Satan class. With just this level, they dare to delay his business. Then don't blame him for not giving them face. Levi would never deliberately bully people weaker than himself, and he looked down on that kind of behavior. But weak is weak. If you block my way, that's another matter. Artoria had been with him for a long time and had also seen it clearly. He was not a righteous hero, but an out-and-out devil, a devil from the Lucifer clan. It's just that he was stronger than those ordinary devils, good to his own people, and had a bottom line. The fact that she could stay by Levi's side showed that even from a human perspective, Levi was not a bad person. But this didn't mean that Levi was some good thing. Good person. Bad person. Justice. These things were like farts in Levi's eyes. He didn't even believe the bullshit saying, the winner is justice. He mocked those honest types of justice and looked down on those who deliberately did evil. He would always just stand on his own side. If one really had to draw a conclusion for him, all right, I, Levi, am justice. This flavor, Yakumo Yukari had already tasted before, and now Narration had tasted it too. It's just that before Yakumo Yukari had seen Ophis, she had been puzzled, completely unable to figure out why Levi dared to be so arrogant. But it was different for Narration. He watched Yakumo Yukari, who was stronger than him, standing obediently in Levi's group without daring to breathe or even glance at him, and Narration understood everything in an instant. He finally understood why Levi dared to be so arrogant. The atmosphere inside the Nura clan's mansion was suffocating. Yokai were more stubborn than humans. In their eyes, the law of the jungle was simply the way of the world. Narration saw it clearly, but he still didn't want to give in just like that. Are you Levi Lucifer? Yes, just call me Levi. Fine, Levi, I'll be blunt. I'm sure you have no interest in hearing about the blood feud between the Nura clan and Hagoromo Gitsune regarding the ceasefire. Narration was a shrewd man. He had no intention of stopping the war, but he had started it to pave the way for his son and grandson. So, he turned the conversation around, preparing to shift the blame. But hatred isn't one-sided. I want to kill Hagoromo Gitsune for revenge, and she probably wants to kill me just as badly. I've ruined her plans twice, how could she not hold a grudge? Besides, Narration knew exactly what was going on. The last time he took advantage of Yakumo Yukari's help to stab Hagoromo Gitsune, he had coated the blade with a special medicine provided by Yakumo Yukari, supposedly something concocted by the Sage of the Moon. This time was different from the last. Back then, it just delayed her plans, but this time, it had completely shattered her hopes. Although just thinking about it made Narration furious, he had to admit that she was surely even angrier than he was. Therefore, the Nura clan can agree to a ceasefire. However, Levi, you are the one mediating. If Hagoromo Gitsune doesn't stop, we can't unilaterally cease fire either. After all, if we fight you, we're dead. If we don't fight back, we're dead just the same. We can only guarantee that we will listen to you, that's all. Levi nodded after listening. As for whether Narration was hiding any ulterior motives, he couldn't be bothered to care. His purpose in coming here was simple, to make the Nura clan stop fighting. Now that they had agreed, that was enough. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about that. In any case, just stop fighting, and I'll deal with the rest one by one. Whether it's Hagoromo Gitsune or Yusaka, they will quiet down. Narration raised an eyebrow. What if Hagoromo Gitsune simply refuses to stop? Refuses to stop. Levi laughed. Doesn't she want to see Abe no Seimei? Since she wants to see him, I'll let her see him, and she'll naturally calm down. Huh. But wasn't Abe no Seimei dead long ago? The soul of Keikane Hidemoto, who had been hiding on the side without speaking, finally couldn't help but interject. Hearing this, Levi smiled even more brightly. Then as long as Hagoromo Gitsune also goes to hell, won't she be able to see her son? After saying this, Levi turned and left with his subordinates. The Yokai, who had been holding back and staying silent, finally gathered around Narration and began to speak. The atmosphere in the Nura clan's mansion was so heavy it felt like it could drip water. A Yukai who had been enduring it for a long time finally couldn't hold back anymore, rushed forward and shouted, "Commander, are we just going to let the matter of the second heir and the young master go like this?" Nurarihyun sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "Let it go. I want to chop those fools up with my own hands too." He looked up, his eyes filled with unspeakable bitterness. "But even Yakumo Yukari has been subdued by those devils. Without her, you all knew from the beginning that we couldn't touch them with just our own forces. Since that's the case, whoever is willing to lend a hand is a benefactor to the Nura clan. Whether it's Yakumo Yukari or the devils, and no matter what schemes they have in mind. We never had another path to take from the very beginning. Don't you agree?" Walking out of the Nura clan's gate, Yakumo Yukari tilted her head and looked at Levi, blinking twice. "Lord Levi, the Nura clan is settled for now. But Hagoromo Gitsun's group and Yasaka's side probably won't be so agreeable." She knew very well that she was currently a prisoner, and her powers were completely sealed. But she felt her brain was still useful, she had to at least prove she had some value. At the very least, she had to figure out what Levi was after by helping Gensokyo, and what he was planning. The business with Hagoromo Gitsun is likely non-negotiable, and Tsushigumo is a guy who isn't happy unless he's fighting, so that will probably require a real battle. But on Yasaka's side, we might be able to persuade her. Previously, she had taken advantage of a gap to steal Yasaka's daughter, Kuno, from the barrier, and indeed arranged for Yokai to deal with the child. But later, those Yokai all died, and Kuno was rescued instead. After learning about this, she snuck over to Yasaka's side to investigate, only to discover that Kuno hadn't been retrieved by Yasaka herself, but had been saved by someone else. She was just about to use this information to trade for some leverage. But before she could finish, Levi glanced at her. "I've already sent people to return Kuno to Yasaka." "Ah, this." Yakumo Yukari was stunned, looking a bit embarrassed. Levi sighed deeply. "This is the second time, I don't want there to be a third. I hate these convoluted matters. I captured you, but it's not as if I couldn't enter Gensokyo without you. You don't need to worry about what I might do to Gensokyo." Upon hearing this, a thought flickered in Yakumo Yukari's mind, wondering if he was trying to comfort her. But then Levi added expressionlessly, "Because no matter what I want to do, you can't stop me." As the words fell, Kuroka and Ingvild, having expected this, exchanged glances and stared at Yakumo Yukari with knowing smiles. Artoria stood to the side and sighed softly. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her pupils were as black as ink, and she was wrapped in a black sailor uniform. She looked like a creature completely consumed by darkness, except for her face, which was so pale it was almost bloodless. At this moment, she sat on her high throne, one hand clutching her abdomen, her expression extremely grim. 9 tails surrounded her like petals, undulating in layers, their chaotic rhythm exposed the irritability in her heart without concealment. She was Hagoromo Gitsun. "The wound on my stomach has healed, and not even a scar remains. But my child." Thinking of this, she gripped the armrests of the throne, her white knuckles almost piercing through her skin. "Gone. I can't feel anything at all." That fooled Nurarihyun. The aura of a top-tier Yukai exploded from her body, sweeping wildly in all directions. The air was twisted and trembling from this power. Her plan to give birth to Abe no Seimei was completely ruined. To get to this point, Yakumo Yukari had specially gone to Irin Yagakoro to get that medicine. Things created by that sage of the moon were not easily countered. But how would Hagoromo Gitsun know this? She knew nothing about any sage of the moon or any special medicine. She only knew that she had accidentally been stabbed by Nurarihyun, and then her connection to Abe no Seimei had been completely severed. Even though some time had passed, whenever she thought back on it, she still gritted her teeth in hatred, self-reproach and anger welling up together. She had to kill that Nurarihyun. Big sister. Just as she was burning with rage, a little black-haired girl holding a skull and wearing a pink and white kimono walked silently into the hall. Seeing this child, Hagoromo Gitsune suppressed her anger. Kyokutsu, what happened? Hearing Big Sister respond to her, a slight blush appeared on Kyokutsu's little face, and she answered Hagoromo Gitsune's question. Big Sister, a group of devils has arrived at the east side of our base. Devils. Hearing Kyokutsu mention the word, devils, Hagoromo Gitsune's brow immediately furrowed. Devils were not to be trifled with. Hagoromo Gitsune knew this clearly. Among the devils, there were plenty of beings on her level, and at least two who were clearly stronger than her. Not to mention the three so-called transcendent, who were not of the same path as the Satan class. Those three had power that completely crushed the highest-ranking Yokai. She couldn't afford to provoke them. If she could still give birth to Abe no Seimei, she would definitely bow her head and concede. But now, things were different. It doesn't matter anymore. Since she couldn't bring Abe no Seimei into the world, she only had one thought left for living, kill Nurarihyun. That fool wouldn't let her have peace, so she wouldn't let him have peace either. What would happen after? Let it be whatever it would be. Besides, the east side is Tsushigumo's territory, right? That guy is becoming increasingly difficult to control. Let them make a scene, don't meddle in their business. Understood, Big Sister. Lord Levi, if I'm not mistaken, we're heading towards Tsushigumo's place, right? Yakumo Yukari glanced at Levi, who had suddenly turned, and asked casually. That's right, we're going to find him. Lord Levi, to persuade Hagoromo Gitsune to stop, shouldn't we just go talk to her directly? A question mark appeared over Kuroka's head. Levi shook his head. First, if Hagoromo Gitsune really can't give birth to Abe no Seimei, then using words or threats won't stop her. It's better to be direct. Second, even if Hagoromo Gitsune were willing to stop, Tsushigumo wouldn't agree. After all, that guy is a lunatic who only thinks about fighting. I see. Tiamat curled her lips and took the initiative to ask. Then this time, who is going to deal with it? Regarding Tsushigumo, she had heard quite a bit of intelligence from Graphia and Artoria before. Graphia said that Thing was a top-tier Yokai, capable of wrestling with dragon kings even among the dragon race, and even had a natural ability to fight dragons. This claim piqued Tiamat's interest. Levi glanced at her. He knew clearly that the dragons Graphia spoke of were at best average, and definitely did not include someone like Tiamat, who had touched the threshold of a heavenly dragon. However, since she wanted to take action for once, Levi couldn't be bothered to do it himself. Tsushigumo is yours, Kuroka, you go too. Tiamat was stunned, not expecting Levi to assign her a helper. Don't overthink it. Kuroka is just a breath away from the Satan class, her total magic power and use of senjutsu are fine, and she could reach it just by grinding over time. But she is a Yokai after all, and the strongest Nekomata among the cat Yokai. Tiamat nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll arrange it. Kuroka also expressed her stance, her eyes shining as she stared straight at Levi. Rest assured, Lord Levi, once I comprehend fear, I will certainly be able to help you better. Levi didn't say much. Any member of his team, if picked out, would be qualified to serve as a queen's piece in any strong team within the devil circles. Artoria, Ingvild, Kuroka, Graphia, Tiamat, which one of them wasn't at that level? So he didn't doubt Kuroka's words at all. Tsushigumo is just ahead. Go deal with him. Levi pointed forward. We'll go straight down this path, straight into Hagoromo Gitsune's lair. His observation haki had already locked onto Tsushigumo's aura, tracing that demonic energy all the way to the distant main camp, pinpointing Hagoromo Gitsune's location. I don't want anyone getting in our way. Hearing this, Tiamat and Kuroka stepped out of the group and nodded at Levi. Understood, meow tilde. Kuroka looked full of energy, her tail perking up. On Tiamat's side, black and red light intertwined around her body, instantly transforming her into her Dragon King form. Leave it to me, no problem. With that, she took Kuroka and dived straight toward Sushigomo's direction. Levi, Yakumo Yukari, Artoria, and Ingvild continued forward. Because Sushigomo occupied the eastern area, the minor yokai nearby didn't dare approach, making the journey quite peaceful. Levi breached Hagoromo Gitsun's headquarters without much effort. Pushing open the doors of the main hall, Hagoromo Gitsun and Kyokutsu stood inside. You disposed of Sushigomo so quickly. Hagoromo Gitsun clearly hadn't expected them to show up so soon. She spread her senses slightly and immediately caught the commotion over by Sushigomo. Another extremely powerful aura was currently fighting him. Turning her gaze back, she carefully sized up the people in front of her. Aside from the leading man and the frail-looking little yokai beside him, the auras of the other two were actually on the same level as hers. Hagoromo Gitsun's brow furrowed. When Kyokutsu previously mentioned that devils had come knocking, she had been wary of their strength but hadn't paid it much mind. After all, the strength of most devils couldn't compare to hers at all. But this group that had arrived now forced her to take them seriously. Devils, what do you want? Hagoromo Gitsun's voice turned cold. Levi didn't waste words either, speaking directly. Stop what you're doing. Don't fight this war anymore. Stop the war. What a joke. Hagoromo Gitsun's desire to kill Narration was not a single bit weaker than his desire to kill her. That hatred was deep in her bones, not something that could be uprooted by a few random words. If it had been anyone else, she would have already made her move. But beside this man stood several whose auras were no weaker than hers, and a few were even fiercer. Although a greater fury boiled within her, she could only force it down. You should know how deep the enmity between this concubine and that Narration runs. Even so, do you still think this war can be stopped? Of course it can be stopped. Levi smiled. I just came from the Nura clan, and they've already been persuaded by me. If you can nod your head too, then won't this war be over? Hagoromo Gitsun narrowed her eyes. Whether Narration could let it go, she didn't care. But she herself absolutely could not. But what she didn't know was that Narration's quick agreement wasn't just because the current Nura clan truly couldn't defeat her 100 demons. There was another layer to it. Yakumo Yukari had already approached the Nura clan. That woman had settled the cooperation beforehand. Levi's visit was merely changing partners. Narration's heart had long been ground down by successive blows, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. But Hagoromo Gitsun was different. Her side had the upper hand in strength, and Yakumo Yukari hadn't come to greet her. In this situation, why should she yield? Even if devils came to persuade her, it wouldn't do. Even if Levi had powerful experts by his side, it still wouldn't do. She began to calculate. The one fighting Sushigomo in the distance wouldn't be able to free themselves anytime soon. Of the two powerhouses behind Levi, one was slightly weaker than her, while the other was probably stronger. But she discovered a flaw in this group. True, they had many powerful figures. If a real fight broke out, even if she led the entire 100 demons, they probably wouldn't fare well. But the problem was, there were weaklings mixed into this group. That blonde yokai was incredibly weak, though seeing her timid appearance, she likely had no say in the group, so she could be ignored. Then, Hagoromo Gitsun's gaze fell upon Levi. This man, when not in his devil form, was at most at the level of a high-class devil. Yet, he was the leader of this group. Thus, an idea formed in Hagoromo Gitsun's mind. She wanted to take a gamble. Betting that as long as she captured Levi, those powerhouses would be wary of acting. Hagoromo Gitsun knew very well. If she lost the bet, at worst, it would be death. But if she won, dealing with that Narration would be much easier. This thought propelled her forward. The immortal body of a reincarnating yokai also left her with nothing to fear. Therefore, the moment Yakumo Yukari covered her face, she moved. Four-tailed spear, tiger slayer. Her figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, she lunged in front of Levi. Her tail reared up like a spear, pointing straight at Levi's throat. She didn't intend to kill him. She only wanted to pin him down and use him as leverage. But the instant she rushed to the closest distance, she realized that Levi's eyes had been locked onto her the entire time. Even though she rushed over at her top speed, Levi hadn't lost track of her. What she saw was not the fear common among yokai, but a chill that seeped into her very bones. Bang! Hagoromo Gitsun's tail stopped right in front of Levi's throat. It wasn't because she stopped it of her own accord. It was Levi's hand grabbing her tail. So that's how it is. You chose this path. Levi's hand, clad in the Beowulf devil arm, tightly gripped her tail. Blue demonic power erupted around him as he directly entered his devil trigger. A Satan-class aura instantly pressed down. At this moment, Hagoromo Gitsun finally understood. She had bet wrong. What a foolish decision. Grasping her tail with his left hand, Levi drew the Yamato with his right. No one saw him draw his blade. It was as if he had only pushed the blade slightly out of its sheath, then let it return to the sheath on its own weight. But Hagoromo Gitsun's perspective had already begun to fall. Her vision went black, her body completely refusing to obey. Elder sister. Kyokutsu rushed over, kneeling beside Hagoromo Gitsun. There were no wounds on her body, yet all signs of life were gone. Yakumo Yukari didn't even look over there, slowly walking to Levi's side. This was also her first time seeing Levi this strong. My Lord, Levi really doesn't know how to cherish women, does he? Levi glanced at her. If she had chosen the other path, I originally planned to have you use a gap to send her to hell. But the result is the same. She wanted to see Abe no Seimei, and I merely sent her to see Abe no Seimei. She is different from Narration, she won't give up until she sees Abe no Seimei. Clutching Hagoromo Gitsun's physical body, Kyokutsu knelt on the ground, completely dazed. Standing from a height, Levi looked down at her, his tone extremely cold. Now, take Hagoromo Gitsun's people and guard this body well. Hide away quietly and don't cause trouble. She might still be able to come back to life in the future. What? Kyokutsu snapped her head up, her eyes filled with disbelief. She suspected she had heard wrong. But Levi had no reason to lie to her. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, she was willing to believe Hagoromo Gitsun was still alive. No, my lord, are you saying elder sister can still be saved? Levi snorted softly. It's not me saving her, but she saving herself. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. Having said this, he turned around and left with his people and Yakumo Yukari. Kyokutsu knelt in place, watching them depart. She was stunned for a long while before finally gritting her teeth and making up her mind. Now she had no other path to take. Even if there was only a tiny chance, she had to believe it. Therefore, we must make elder sister's 100 demons stop. After leaving Hagoromo Gitsun's palace, Levi originally wanted to quickly check on Tiamat's side. He had a good grasp of Tiamat's strength, so he wasn't worried about her being unable to defeat Tsushigumo. The key was Kuroka's side. According to the original plot's progression, Kuroka should have already broken through to the Satan class by now. But in reality, how could the Satan class be so easy to break through to? Levi was just afraid she was under too much pressure. She was different from Ingvild. Ingvild had been asleep for over a century, her body naturally developing all the while, and she had long accumulated enough Satan class energy. What she lacked was just the method to use her power, she only needed to learn, so she wasn't anxious. But Kuroka was different. She had no problem with applying her power, but her foundation and accumulation were still a bit lacking. Moreover, the path she was taking was, in the end, the artificial transcendent scheme developed by the Nibirius clan. To put it bluntly, it was just brute force stacking. Squeezing the potential of a highly potential existence to its peak in one go, forcing them to master experience, and then compelling their body to adapt to the skyrocketing power to stretch open their upper limit. Finally, relying on this stacking method, they would swallow in one gulp the power that originally required time to slowly brew. Within Kuroka's body, several completely different powers existed. Demonic power, which was the source that drove magic. The chi, obtained from senjutsu cultivation, surging yet gentle. The yokai power inherently possessed by yokai. And the fear she was desperately trying to awaken. With powers from so many systems stacked together, they were then fused and converted with each other using a special formula. What was finally obtained was what the Nibirius clan had always pursued, the artificial transcendent. However, Kuroka was currently the only successful subject of this experiment. Even if she really awakened fear, she would at most reach the Satan class level. Beyond that, it would still depend on individual talent and accumulation. Being able to reach the level of Graphia or Tiamat would already be considered quite good. If she truly wanted to become a transcendent, that would depend on luck. Furthermore, the problem with this method of stacking power was also very obvious. Before the power stacked up to a sufficient level, the demonic power, chi, and yokai power within Kuroka's body remained at the level of an ultimate class devil. It was still a step away from the Satan class. If she hadn't accumulated enough, she wouldn't be able to break through no matter what, without even a sliver of hope. But once the amount was sufficient, the bottleneck simply wouldn't exist, and she could naturally charge right through, continuing to accumulate for the next level. The advantage and disadvantage of this method were the same: it was too stable. So stable that once any fluctuation occurred, things would go wrong. It was precisely because of this that the Nibirius clan began conducting those crazy experiments during their final period. Levi didn't want Kuroka to touch such dangerous things due to being under too much pressure. Right now, he only wanted to rush over quickly and see the situation with his own eyes. But before they could even reach the battlefield, a cat's meow, or rather, several overlapping meows, came from the distance. Meow. Hearing this sound, Levi stopped. Levi, what's wrong? Seeing that his expression was off, Artoria stopped and asked. Ingvild also walked to his side, and Yakumo Yukari likewise showed a curious expression. No. Levi hesitated for a moment. He was a little suspicious that something had gone wrong with his observation hockey just now. Although it was only for a split second. He clearly sensed 9 bursts of Kuroka's aura erupting in the distance. Then, these auras vanished in a flash, all merging into one. Immediately after, Kuroka successfully stepped into the Satan class. Let's go over and take a look first. Meow. Pitch black flames were burning on Kuroka's hands. That was formed by mixing multiple powers together. Sushigomo slowly climbed up from the ground and touched the scratch marks on his face. He looked at the Kuroka in front of him and smiled even more happily. Interesting. The dragon behind you was already fun enough, but I didn't expect you to be this interesting too, ha 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 ha. As a typical battle maniac, Sushigomo was not afraid of death at all. Sushigomo was not afraid of death, but he was more afraid of boredom. Days without opponents or strong enemies were harder to endure than death. Back in the day, he had fought every yokai he could find, and not a single one was a match for him. That was how he got tricked by that old fox, Hidemoto Keikane, and sealed until now. This time after getting out, Hagoromo Gitsune had promised him that if he helped take out the Nura clan, she would find a way to contact that victorious fighting Buddha from the neighboring pantheon and let him have a fight with that monkey. But he never expected that he would run into so many guys who excited him before that. Sushigomo was a bit crazy, but he wasn't stupid. He hadn't gone to find Sun Wukong back then precisely because he knew he couldn't beat him, and going there would just mean getting beaten up. At that time, he hadn't been bored to that extent, so he didn't act on that thought. But now it was different. After being locked up for several hundred years, he came out only to see that the world was still the same old thing, boring to death. Living was so pointless, it would be better to die. At least he should die in battle. That was his previous thought. But right now, compared to throwing my life away, fighting you guys is definitely more satisfying. Tsushigumo rushed toward Kuroka, swinging his forearms and smashing down at her from four directions. Tiamat had been worried before, but now that she sensed Kuroka's state, she was completely relieved. Because Kuroka had already broken through. Go to hell. Tsushigumo's fists pressed down like a mountain. Kuroka stood there and exhaled gently. If she remembered correctly, it should be like that. She closed her eyes, and the massive energy on her body, mixed from several different power systems, suddenly expanded. Then, the moment Tsushigumo's fists were about to smash into her, that power ignited directly. Boom! Black flames shot up, instantly burning half of Tsushigumo's body. The intense burning pain made him roll around wildly, but this fire was Kuroka's power. She just lifted her hand, and Tsushigumo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Kuroka stood in the flames, looking at Tsushigumo rolling on the ground and being consumed bit by the fire, her golden eyes filled with a touch of smugness. You should be grateful. My fire is just a copy. If Levi-sama did it himself, both your soul and body would have evaporated in an instant. That's right. Kuroka had learned this move from Levi. When Levi used his true devil form, his magic power was completely unleashed, and after the massive power expanded to its limit, it would transform into the purest energy flames. For him, that was like a passive skill. Kuroka withdrew the power permeating the flames and turned around where she stood. She had originally intended to show off to Tiamat for a bit, but as a result, she immediately saw Levi, Artoria, Ingvild, and Yakumo Yukari all standing next to Tiamat. Levi-sama tilde. Kuroka pounced directly at him. Seeing her like this, Levi reached out and rubbed her head gently a couple of times, then pinched her cat ears. To be able to take down Tsushigumo, it seems you have completely mastered it. Kuroka heard the concern in his tone, and her eyes and mouth curved up together. Hee, don't worry so much tilde cats have 9 lives, meow tilde. After the group reunited, they headed toward the direction of the Kyoto clan headquarters. Thinking of the situation he had sensed with his observation haki earlier, Levi asked casually. Kuroka, I sensed for a moment earlier that your aura split into 9 strands and then merged back together. What's going on? Kuroka answered with a smile. It's the fear I awakened. This thing called fear, to put it plainly, is a special ability that yokai are born with. It's not something you can use immediately after being born, but rather something you have to wait to awaken on its own. For example, the Nurarihyone's mirror flower, water moon, is essentially fear. Levi nodded after hearing this and didn't ask any more. As long as it's an ability, that's fine. I'm relieved. Yakumo Yukari, who was being carried by the collar by Tiamat and barely keeping up with the group, looked with a hint of surprise in her eyes at the tone Levi used when speaking to Kuroka. Isn't he capable of talking normally? She increasingly felt that Levi had been deliberately messing with her earlier. Kuroka, however, felt a bit conflicted inside. She knew Levi probably didn't mean it like that, but hearing him say that, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. Levi patted her head again, and Kuroka was stunned for a moment. I was worried before about whether something might go wrong on your end. You know the path you're taking to increase your strength. If you get impatient, something is bound to go wrong. After saying this, Levi looked up toward the front. He had already sensed the Kyoto clan's barrier, they were almost there. Feeling the warmth coming from the top of her head, Kuroka covered her face with both hands all of a sudden. If it hadn't been for Artoria pulling her quickly, she would have almost fallen from the high-speed moving group. She had originally thought that Levi would say next, if it's a matter of ability, then I'm relieved, I thought something had gone wrong on my end earlier. Precisely because that was what she had thought. Levi's seemingly ordinary words made her feel as sweet as if she had been filled with honey. Tiamat and Ingvild followed behind, looking at Levi's back, and also felt something was a bit off. Good heavens, the world was going to end tomorrow, and Levi could actually say such caring words to others. Artoria frowned, her mind turning very seriously, also pondering one thing. The human heart is truly a complicated thing. The Kyoto clan was the last stop on Levi's trip. The Nuru clan had already started retreating. As for Hagoromo Gitsun's side, with both Tsushigumo and Hagoromo Gitsun herself absent, Levi had seen them leaving one after another along the way. The Kyoto clan had originally acted only to protect this city. At this moment, they weren't actively looking for trouble either. It could be said that the three-way war in this city had basically come to an end at this point. Next, as long as the leader of the Kyoto clan, Yusaka, also stopped, this yokai war could be completely brought to a close. So, General Yusaka, although the yokai who died and the things destroyed in this war cannot be recovered, if you don't stop now, this city will very likely be turned into complete ruins. After Levi finished speaking, the nine-tailed fox Yusaka, who was wearing a kimono and had blonde hair, sitting opposite him, slowly closed her eyes. What you said is indeed correct. She had never wanted to fight this war in the first place. Before, it was because the Nuru clan and Hagoromo Gitsun's side had fought to the death, and even she couldn't stop them. But now, since she could go with the flow and stop the war, she had no reason to object. However, Levi-sama, if possible, I hope the people from the Nuru clan and Hagoromo Gitsun can withdraw from Kyoto soon. I won't settle the score for this destruction with them. But if they continue to cause friction or conflict, I'm afraid what little is left in the city won't be preserved either. Levi nodded after hearing this. But besides this issue, he had other things to ask. By the way, General Yusaka, this city was built for power, right? In other words, before it was destroyed, whether it was the ley lines mentioned by the Magus or the wind vanes you manage here, both contained extremely massive power. I know a little bit about magic. The ley lines here haven't been affected much, but the wind vanes, they're completely finished, right? The wind vanes of Kyoto were a special energy condensed in this city, relying on those famous historical sites, special buildings, and the power of the nine-tailed fox. But now that this city had been destroyed to this extent, Levi was pondering whether the wind vanes could still hold up. The wind vanes are still there. As soon as Yusaka heard Levi's words, she immediately chimed in. It wasn't that she trusted Levi that much, but she knew very well, she had absolutely no ability to resist. Since that was the case, it was better to be sensible, which would make her more likable. When I discovered that Kyoto was being destroyed, I had the yokai clans under my command build a pseudo-Kyoto, and channeled the power of the wind vanes there. After Yusaka finished speaking, she looked up at Levi, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Levi-sama, you ended this slaughter in Kyoto and also saved my daughter, Kuno. To me, you are a true benefactor. After Kyoto is rebuilt in the future, if you want the wind vanes, I will definitely do my part. Hearing this, Levi couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Talking to smart people is indeed effortless, but this is the first time I've encountered someone so proactive. Is this the skill of a mature woman? Once these words were out, the smile on Yusaka's face gained a bit of the charming air peculiar to a fox. Levi couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush anymore and laid his cards on the table directly. I said it from the beginning, I didn't come to accumulate favors, nor to play the hero and stop this war. The reason I wanted to stop this chaos is that Kyoto's ley lines and wind vanes are both part of a plan of mine. After hearing this, the smile on Yusaka's face faded a bit, and she became serious. The people on Levi's side also pricked up their ears. Except for those like Graphia who were actually doing the work, the other subordinates were hearing about Levi's upcoming plans for the first time. Since some were busy cultivating and others really couldn't help much, Levi hadn't told them in advance. Just right, taking advantage of this moment, Levi intended to explain the entire plan to everyone clearly. General Yusaka, I plan to use several major cities in the Far East as anchor points to set up a super large, nationwide level spell. Using this big thing, I'll temporarily stabilize this world. What? Yusaka had long guessed in her heart that what Levi was doing wouldn't be a small matter, but she didn't expect him to have such a bold scheme. Honestly speaking, this plan of Levi's looked like a good thing no matter how you looked at it. To put it simply, parallel worlds are always flowing, and those who can observe parallel worlds, because of their special perspective, can only watch them run back and forth. After Kuno's home is locked down by a giant formation, it will be very difficult for coordinates from other parallel worlds to aim at this place again. Unless they get lucky and run around randomly, basically don't even think about finding the location of this world. But the problem is, why would you do such a thing? Good thing is a good thing, but this move looks like an emergency plan for preventing nuclear leaks. What normal person would have nothing better to do than to weld their home shut in a corner? Kuno couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart and asked right out. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she knew she had asked too much. Of course, if it's not convenient to say, you don't have to, I'll help you anyway. Seeing Kuno's expression, Levi let out a laugh. There's nothing that can't be said. He never liked beating around the bush unnecessarily. I want to build a Noah's Ark in this world and sail it to other parallel worlds. But I don't want to find that when I want to come back, my home has drifted off to some unknown corner of nowhere, and I'd have to go through a whole ordeal just to return. So, I'm nailing this world down, leaving a fixed coordinate. That's all there is to it. Levi had promised Artoria previously that once everything was prepared, he would take her to see what kind of future had truly been blasted open by the decision she made while holding the Holy Grail. So, from that day on, Levi had been busy with this matter. Getting Tasaka to lay down the formation in human society and stopping the yokai from fighting were all for this purpose. Later, as long as he found an inconspicuous place to hammer in the anchor point, Levi would be able to take Artoria and his group on the Ark to fulfill the promise he had made back then. However, this grand formation covering the entire country couldn't be set up if it left the Kyoto city area. After all, only Kyoto sat on both the ley lines and wind vanes simultaneously. That was why he had come here. Once things here were settled. While looking at Kuno, Levi swept a glance with the corner of his eye at Yakumo Yukari. Next, it would be her turn to deal with her mess. So that's how it is. Then there's nothing more to say. No problem, Lord Levi. After Kuno finished speaking, Levi nodded. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. I will personally step in to make the Nura clan and Hagoromo Gitsune get out of Kyoto. I'll leave this side to you all. Understood. Kuno nodded in agreement. Levi stood up with his group and turned around, intending to go to the Nura clan and Hagoromo Gitsune to settle things. Just at that moment, Levi, a girl wearing a shrine maiden outfit, darted out from the side and blocked his path. Kuno, do you have something to say? Levi was walking forward when he suddenly saw Kuno rush over. He was taken aback. The subordinates in front also stopped, turning their heads to look at him with smiles on their faces. Yusaka followed behind Kuno, raising a hand to cover her face, muttering, "Oh my, oh my." Levi. Kuno called out to stop him, originally intending to say something. But when she actually stood in front of him, her mouth opened, yet not a single word could pop out. Her face flushed red instantly. Levi blinked. Oh, I get it. Upon hearing this, Kuno's eyes widened immediately, sparkling. Levi grinned. Do you want to thank me? After all, I saved you, I understand. It's really hard to say thank you in front of so many people to someone you've only met twice. As soon as he said this, the subordinates behind him all exchanged glances nonchalantly. That expression was basically saying, as expected. Kuroka, Tiamat, and Ingvild were even whispering in low voices. The more they talked, the more they felt that the previous incident about locking up Kuroka wasn't because Levi had overthought it. It was just that this person had such low emotional intelligence that he couldn't grasp deeper meanings at all, which was why he appeared to be wise but acting foolish. But no one expected what happened next. Upon hearing Levi's words, Kuno grabbed his hand, nodded vigorously, and smiled happily. Yes, that's it. I originally thought it would be quite easy, but once I actually stopped you, I realized it was still a bit embarrassing. Ah, am I the clown? Levi's subordinates all widened their eyes. Yusaka stood behind Kuno, her smile frozen on her face. She had thought her daughter might make some progress with Levi. Just now, even images of her sneaking a bite had popped into her mind. After all, Kuno had previously muttered about wanting a younger brother or sister or something. But this is completely hopeless, Kuno. Why is this child nothing like her mother? Levi chatted with Kuno for a few more sentences, and when he said he was leaving, Kuno's voice came from behind again. Levi. This time she didn't hesitate, nor did she blush, she spoke directly. I'm really grateful to you. Also, when Kyoto is repaired, if you come to visit, I can show you around. Levi listened, smiled, and nodded at her. Alright, I'll definitely call you when I come next time. Leaving with this promise, he continued on his way with his subordinates. From then on, this great war between the yokai quickly came to an end. Regarding the fox's wedding reward, Levi had pondered it after receiving it. Compared to the blessing, he actually valued the transformation technique more. He had tried it once before, using that technique to turn himself into the likeness of Rizvam. As a result, Graphia stood in front of him and simply couldn't tell it was a fake. The name sounded simple, but this thing was truly high level. As for the fox's wedding, immunity to charm and disease sounded quite practical too. Although he was a devil, his constitution was naturally not afraid of these things. However, poison on the level of the White Dragon Emperor's deadly venom still posed some threat. Now that he was directly immune, it wasn't bad at all. As for the disease part, his first reaction was to think of the incident in Dragon Ball where Son Goku died from a heart disease. There were also ailments like devil sleeping sickness among devils, but as for how useful it really was, Levi himself couldn't say for sure. Anyway, having it was better than not having it. Since the war here had ended, he greeted Tasaka Tokiomi and explained the situation. Planning the matters at hand, Levi placed his focus on Yakumo Yukari. The matter of the yokai war can be considered a closed chapter. He said, his gaze landing on Yakumo Yukari. Next, it's time to talk about your affairs, or rather, about Gensokyo. Yakumo Yukari, don't you intend to explain to us properly what the current situation in Gensokyo is? Yakumo Yukari originally had that perfunctory smile on her face. Upon hearing Levi say this, that smile slowly faded away. She opened her folding fan, blocking her face, revealing only a pair of eyes devoid of any smile, staring at Levi and his subordinates behind him. Gensokyo, huh? She paused for a moment. I'm not sure what kind of Gensokyo you have in mind. But I can only say that the current Gensokyo is probably a bit worse than the worst situation you could imagine. As she spoke, Yakumo Yukari sighed softly. Gensokyo was originally a place wrapped in a barrier where common sense and non-common sense could mutually transform. It was the final pure land for the yokai that I specifically preserved for those guys. Having said that, she closed the folding fan in her hand, revealing a bitter smile. But now, it is the inside that has been dirtied first. When did Gensokyo start to become like this? If one could find that initial cause, perhaps things wouldn't be so hard to accept. But if one had to name a starting point, It was when no one was paying attention, changing little by little like this. Reimu Hakare sat on the roof of the shrine, her gaze passing over the withered yellow land beneath her feet. The originally lush forest was completely gone. The grass had also disappeared. The gods of Gensokyo were still working hard to maintain the cycle of the 4 seasons, but every day, life was fading away. Not humans, and not yokai. Plants were dying off in batches. She narrowed her eyes, a thought emerging in her mind, that flower yokai might have been right. It wasn't just any kind of living thing that was dying, it was this land itself that was slowly breathing its last. In the past, she could sit on the roof for an entire day. But today, she suddenly felt a familiar aura in the courtyard, along with a dozen or so unfamiliar auras. She jumped down from the roof, landed in the backyard, and walked along the wooden corridor to the front yard. It's Yukari, and you've brought guests. She scratched her hair and let out a yawn. Whatever, she hasn't given up, so what's the harm in me playing along? After all, I am the shrine maiden of this paradise. Yakumo Yukari's gap opened in front of the shrine. When Levi walked out, his first reaction was, is this woman playing a trick on me? This place is called Gensokyo. Before his eyes, there was indeed a shrine. But around the shrine, there was nothing left but barren wasteland. And, he closed his eyes, fully unleashing his observation haki. That mutated perception, fused with intuition, clairvoyance, and soul strength, had become an ability unique to him. At this moment, he activated the voice of all things and barely managed to capture something. There were monsters wandering on the wasteland. Their shapes were undefined, they crawled around everywhere, devouring any living thing they found in one bite. Levi's mouth twitched. Are you people in Gensokyo all this wild? Keeping things like this as pets at home? He was full of questions and didn't know which one to start with. Looking at the scene before her, Yakumo Yukari sighed softly. After having her restrictions lifted by Ophis, she had been somewhat happy, but now she had returned to her calm state. I know it's hard for you to accept, but this really is Gensokyo. Levi, who had some understanding of Gensokyo, was stunned on the spot. His subordinates looked around. Even if they didn't know what this place used to look like, they could tell at a glance that this place was on its last legs. Yukari, you still bring outsiders back here. Reimu Hakare scratched her head, yawning, and slowly walked out from the shrine. As soon as she appeared, Kuroka's gaze locked onto her. Such a strong aura. It feels like this energy is almost solid, nya. Those who didn't practice senjutsu might not understand, but beings like Sharon, whose cultivation wasn't particularly deep, could vaguely perceive it. The energy required to drive senjutsu around Reimu Hakare was almost becoming tangible. That energy was precisely the blessing bestowed upon the Hakare Shrine Maiden by the Great Hakare Barrier. She couldn't actively manipulate this energy, but as long as she raised her hand, took a step, or cast a technique, the energy would automatically follow, attacking and defending for her. This was also one of the reasons why the Hakare Shrine Maiden could suppress all of Gensokyo. Oh. So it's not just Kassen. There are also yokai in the outside world who specialize in this kind of cultivation. Though it's nothing surprising. If this power were placed on you, perhaps it could drive stronger senjutsu, but for me, it's just power. Reimu Hakare shook her head and walked over to Yakumo Yukari's side. Yukari, did you find a way to save Gensokyo on this trip? Every time Yakumo Yukari returned, Reimu Hakare would ask this question. Only now, she was becoming less and less attentive when asking. After all, if Yakumo Yukari weren't holding things together, she might have long since given up. I suppose I have some leads. Yakumo Yukari tilted her head and looked at Levi. However, I haven't explained the current situation in Gensokyo clearly yet, so. Hearing this vague answer, Reimu Hakare sighed again. In plain terms, it means nothing has been decided yet. After she finished speaking, she noticed Yakumo Yukari had been looking at Levi, so she walked up to Levi as well. I don't like dealing with troublesome things, but since you are willing to help, I'll thank you first. It's just that the state of Gensokyo right now, you can't blame Yakumo Yukari for not explaining it clearly to you. To be honest, we don't even know what exactly happened ourselves. As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and spiritual energy surged from her body, gathering with seven-colored flowing light to form an image in midair. It was exactly what Gensokyo used to look like. The original Gensokyo looked like this, but as you can see, its vitality has been constantly decreasing. According to one of our flower Yokai, it's just some unknown reason that has caused the land to slowly start dying. It's as simple as that. Reimu Hakare finished her explanation in a few sentences, and Yakumo Yukari walked to her side, looking at Levi. Lord Levi, I recall that when you met me before, you said something like, help us deal with the dragon god's matter. In other words, could it be that you know why Gensokyo has become like this? Hearing this, Reimu Hakare's eyes brightened slightly. Like the other residents of Gensokyo, the fundamental reason why most of them were about to give up was that they couldn't even find out where the problem lay. Levi blinked, meeting the expectant gazes of Yakumo Yukari and Reimu Hakare. Compared to your curiosity about why Gensokyo has become like this, what I find even stranger is, you actually don't know the reason. Once these words were spoken, not only were Yakumo Yukari and Reimu Hakare stunned, but even Levi's own retainers were a bit confused. Levi didn't explain further, he reached out and drew the Yamato. Reimu Hakare, right. I'm the same as you, I'm too lazy to talk about troublesome things. If you really don't know, it would be a hassle for me to explain, so it's better to just let you see for yourselves. He took the two of them out of the shrine and stepped onto a desolate patch of ground. Anyway, this stuff is everywhere, this is the most efficient way. Reimu Hakare and Yakumo Yukari were full of confusion, unable to figure out what he was going to do. Just at that moment, a slash mark tore open in the air out of thin air. Levi swung the Yamato, directly severing the concealment of that thing, which he could only detect by using voice of all things. The next second, a seven-colored, shapeless object resembling a giant slime appeared before everyone's eyes. This thing didn't care at all that it had been discovered, it just crawled slowly along the ground, climbed onto a withered blade of grass, opened its mouth, and swallowed it in one bite. The withered grass instantly turned into black powder inside its body and dissipated directly. Yakumo Yukari and Reimu Hakare both widened their eyes simultaneously. Levi looked at the two of them helplessly and sighed. This thing is everywhere in Gensokyo, it's no surprise it turned out like this. It would be strange if it hadn't. What on earth is this thing? Reimu Hakare stared at the seven-colored slime, unable to figure out the origin of this thing no matter how hard she thought. Attacks were useless against it. Whether it was restrictions or barriers, it could easily pass through them. Yet, despite being rampant, this thing hadn't crossed the Great Hakare barrier to run outside. Instead, it stubbornly stuck to one place, ruining it completely. It didn't communicate with people, and it didn't look like it could speak. It was impossible to discover it before, and now that it was discovered, there was still nothing that could be done about it. However, at least they had seen the culprit causing the collapse of Gensokyo. Although they still couldn't stop it, the gloom on the faces of Reimu Hakare and Yakumo Yukari had dissipated quite a bit. At least it was better than being at their wits' end before. Just as they were studying that thing, Levi turned to find Ophis. Ophis, check if this thing has any connection to Great Red. Ophis responded, reaching out to poke a hole in space, and leaned in to take a look. It has the aura of fantasy on it. Ophis threw out an answer first, then added a few sentences. This thing, fantasy, is unique to it. Upon hearing this, Levi immediately recalled the dragon god incident in Yakumo Yukari's sign in mission, and his heart sank. It seemed that things were really heading in the direction he feared most. The dragon god from the legends here in Gensokyo, it might very well be Great Red. If that were the case. Ophis. If we have the chance this time, we have to try fighting Great Red first. However, when I enter my strongest state, I lose my reason, so I probably won't be able to coordinate with you. If it really comes to that, I'll go in myself. If I lose, I'll count on you to fish me out. If I win, I guess I'll still need you to save me. Ophis's answer remained as brief as ever. Levi thought the conversation was over, but then Ophis's voice rang in his head again. I will protect you. Levi was stunned for a moment, then grinned. All right, that sounded really reassuring. So, that thing is related to the dragon god. Yakumo Yukari, having heard Levi briefly explain the background of that seven-colored monster, widened her eyes. Yes, that thing carries the nature of fantasy. This thing, fantasy, it's fine if others in Gensokyo don't know, but you should be clear about it. Upon hearing this, Yakumo Yukari pursed her lips and slowly spat out the name. Great Red. Reimu Hakare looked completely bewildered. She could still understand dragon god, but she had absolutely no concept of Great Red. But on the side of Levi's retainers, this name was like a bomb. It blew up the whole place. Great Red. Kuroka screamed out loud. Graphia also rarely frowned. Ingvild, Sharon, and Sakura all knew what this title meant. Tiamat, upon hearing the name, even shrank her neck, wishing she could disappear on the spot. Only Artoria raised an eyebrow and spoke to Levi. So, Levi, is our enemy this time Great Red? Likely. Levi made the final call. The sliver of hope that had just emerged on Yakumo Yukari's side was now completely extinguished, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over it. Reimu Hakare and the others had already intended to give up, but Yakumo Yukari had still been persisting. But now, just hearing that name, she felt completely hopeless. Reimu Hakare noticed something was wrong with her. Although she didn't know what exactly Great Red was, she could guess roughly. Great Red, that name is really a tongue twister. Anyway, it just means that the dragon god is very strong, right? Yakumo Yukari spoke slowly. Not just strong. It's invincible. Even the world's strongest infinite dragon god, Ophis, is reportedly not its opponent. Great Red, one of the two great dragon gods, is even more terrifying than those rule-breaking monsters. It is a monster among monsters. Hearing this, Reimu Hakare fell silent. She was raised by Yakumo Yukari, so she knew too well what kind of person this woman was. To be able to make her show such an expression, the strength of that guy, one didn't need to guess to know. On the other side, Levi's retainers also recovered from their initial shock and directly started discussing. Graphia was the calmest. She asked directly, fighting Great Red, are we capable of it now? Levi answered, if it's a fight to the death, we will definitely lose. But if we're just trying to challenge it, there shouldn't be any danger. Artoria took over. I've fought dragons before, although they weren't this strong. Dragons are all very troublesome. And she had once led the Knights of the Round Table to fight to the death against the White Dragon Vortigern. So she knew one thing very clearly. In this kind of battle, the help we can provide is too small. Levi, it's basically a battle between you and Ophis. That's right, her battle with Vortigern was just like that. Even with the predecessors of the Knights of the Round Table, those future knights couldn't intervene at all. The memories were full of scenes of her fighting the White Dragon. If she had had the Holy Spear at that time. She thought about it, then shook her head. Even with the Holy Spear, it wouldn't be enough to deal with Great Red. This battle was no longer something she could participate in. But it's fine, Ophis will protect me. Even so, you must be careful. Kuroka frowned. Before she could finish speaking, Yakumo Yukari also chimed in. Are you discussing how to deal with Great Red? As soon as Yakumo Yukari said this, Levi and his retainers all looked over. Yeah. Levi nodded openly. Yakumo Yukari's eyes widened. her face full of disbelief. You should know what level of existence Great Red is, even with Ophis helping you, but. Halfway through, she couldn't continue. What she wanted to say was that this was going to die. But her position was there, and she really couldn't say that. She could only change her approach and speak again. Why don't we think of other ways, for example, finding another place to settle down? I'm already very grateful to you, you don't need to. Don't need to go die, right? Before Yakumo Yukari could finish, Levi smiled and pointed out what was on her mind. To be honest, looking at Yakumo Yukari's expression, Levi finally felt a bit of normal human thinking. Taking Great Red as an opponent, it was correct for Yakumo Yukari to have this reaction. Whether it was Valley and Cao Cao in the original work, or the people on their side now, ultimately, they were all a bit disconnected from normal people's thinking. Wanting to draw a sword and fight in the face of an invincible powerhouse, there are indeed such madmen in this world. So, Yukari, I told you from the beginning, this matter is not for you to choose, but for me to decide how to help you. I hate trouble the most. Great Red, perhaps it is an ridiculously strong existence to you, but to us. Levi's retainers all knew about Ophis. Now hearing him say this, they looked at each other and all laughed. Even Tiamat, who had a psychological shadow left by Tiamat and was now particularly afraid of death, could only helplessly smile bitterly. Then they looked together at Yakumo Yukari and Reimu Hakare, who was completely confused about the situation. Levi spoke. It is one of the targets we are going to take down. Although the core problem this time probably lies with Great Red, what's more important than that is, I think we need to first clear out these things scattered on the ground of Gensokyo. Let's call them slimes for now, we must clear all these things away. Levi looked at Yakumo Yukari and Reimu Hakare and said this. After all, you haven't been targeted by these things yet, and from this, we can see that Gensokyo hasn't completely become a dead land. But if we continue to let them eat like this, it won't be long before they start attacking things other than plants. Hearing this, Yakumo Yukari's attention was drawn back. After all, this matter made her feel like she could have some sense of participation compared to dealing with Great Red. However, Levi pushed that sword out a little, and a cold light flashed on the blade. On the open ground nearby, a slime revealed its form. The blade swung through, striking it as if cutting into water, leaving no trace behind. But the ensuing spatial tear ripped open a cross-shaped rift, sucking the thing in and causing it to vanish completely. Yakumo Yukari raised an eyebrow. Ordinary attacks are useless, and even my boundary manipulation cannot touch it. She paused. But throwing it out of this world will work, right? Levi said nothing. Yakumo Yukari tested it herself. She opened a gap toward the slime discovered earlier, swallowing it whole. She closed her eyes to sense it for a few seconds, confirming that the thing was no longer in any corner of this world. She nodded. Understood. Once she finished, Levi brought out another orb of light. It looked very dim and unremarkable. The reason you couldn't discover the slime is because this thing is at work. Ophis's voice drifted into Levi's mind. It has an aura of dreams on it. Levi said it exactly as it was. This thing carries an aura of dreams, which is why it deceived all of you. He added, but honestly, the reason you couldn't handle it before was mainly because you didn't even know this thing existed, let alone what methods they used to hide. If you had known sooner, given the capabilities of the people in Gensokyo, it shouldn't have been difficult to prescribe the right medicine. Yakumo Yukari took the orb of light and examined it from all angles. She tried touching it with her boundary manipulation. It worked. She said nothing, effectively accepting Levi's assessment. It seems there is actually a way after all. Hearing this, Levi stood up from his chair. The problem is laid out here. If the situation you described is true for all of Gensokyo, then this thing is likely spread throughout every corner. It's not yet clear whether this thing propagates on its own or if someone is planting it at fixed intervals. Therefore, it will take some effort to investigate. However, since it is the root of this incident, how we deal with it must certainly be included in the plan. After Levi finished speaking, his gaze swept over Yakumo Yukari and his own subordinates. I have already told you the solution. As for the rest, I trust you can handle it. I will leave matters here to you for now. Upon hearing this, Yakumo Yukari guessed what was happening. Lord Levi, do you truly intend to face Great Red alone? Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang directly in everyone's minds. In me. A fair hand tore open a rift in the air, and Ophis, wearing a black dress, stepped out and stood beside Levi. As Artorias said earlier, it is basically up to the two of us to deal with that guy this time. Human wave tactics are useless. Besides, it is uncertain what the outcome will be, so we still need to investigate in Gensokyo. If we find anything, I need to make preparations. So, the tasks that require stalling here will be left to you. Hearing Levi say this, Yakumo Yukari let out a breath. She didn't know why Levi felt he could challenge Great Red, but his subordinates wouldn't harm him, and since they weren't anxious, he must still have a trump card up his sleeve. This was indeed the case. While Graphia and the others claimed not to be worried, they were still somewhat uneasy. However, with Ophis accompanying him, even if Levi lost, Ophis would be able to bring him back. This put their minds at ease. Tiamat had never seen Levi enter his true devil trigger, but she had the most confidence in him. She had never seen him lose control. She knew Levi could still use that form because she heard it from Ophis, because Ophis had said that Levi was the third dragon god, who had shocked the whole world back then. Since then, she had become much bolder. Well, at least she was no longer as afraid of that exiled Tiamat in the imaginary number world. Yakumo Yukari knew nothing of this. But she was different from Reimu Hakare, who was completely clueless and could only sit there blankly. She was unexpectedly very clever. Lord Levi, then it is decided. I will work with your subordinates to clean up the slime, and you go deal with Great Red. Please, take care. Rest assured, Ophis is by my side. As for your side, don't let any trouble break out before I deal with that dragon. Just wait for my news. Once he finished speaking, Levi immediately activated his devil trigger and, together with Ophis, slipped into the spatial rift she had torn open with her bare hands, their figures vanishing completely. Just as he said, before truly going to find trouble with Great Red, there were still some things that needed to be figured out first. Check in target Yakumo Yukari, help her settle the Dragon God incident in Gensokyo. Check in target Reimu Hakare, help her resolve the trouble with the Great Hakare Barrier. Check in target Kazami Yuka, help her rebuild the Sunflower Field. Check in target Kagaya Horizon, help her shed her status as a sinner. Check in target Alice, help her create a doll with life. Check in target Marissa Kirasame, let her officially become a magician. Although Levi talked about investigating, he actually had Ophis take him around Gensokyo first, and then, within this current territory, he found 6 characters he could check in with. As expected of Gensokyo. He had been pondering this ever since he first met Yakumo Yukari. After all, there were plenty of check-in characters in Gensokyo, he was going to have a blast checking in. But the problem was, the current timeline of Gensokyo was too early. The Scarlet Devil Mansion hadn't moved in yet, the Moria Shrine wasn't within the territory, and the gods here were just a few scattered ones on the Yokai mountain, and not a single one of them could fight. Hakugyokuro was still hanging over in the netherworld connected to Gensokyo. Otherwise, there might have been a few more check-in targets. However, Levi didn't hold out much hope. He was actually quite surprised that there wasn't even a single check-in target among the Tengu, the Oni, or the denizens of the Palace of the Earth Spirits. 6 is enough. The check-in target for Kagaya Horizon would have to wait, Alice's would depend on the situation, and as for that girl Marissa, she wasn't even a magician yet, so Levi decided to just ignore it and let her handle it herself after a while. As for Yakumo Yukari, Reimu Hakare, and Kazami Yuka, these 3 tasks could almost be solved in one go. So, Ophis, what do you sense? At this moment, Levi and Ophis were standing in the plaza of the human village, staring at the dragon god statue in the very center of the plaza. Because of their concealment abilities, no one around could discover them. They were right there, carefully examining the statue. Levi glanced at Ophis and nodded. Does the scent on this statue match the dragon you spoke of? Ophis stared at the stone statue for a good while. A black snake suddenly emerged from beside her and circled the statue. After the black snake vanished, Ophis also nodded. Locked on. All right, then let's head over directly. In the gap between worlds, nothing could be seen. There was no light, no sound, and even time was chaotic. Ophis had originally always lived in this place. Later, Great Red broke in and drove her away. Ever since then, she had never been able to return. Because that red dragon was always staying here, she couldn't get close at all. For dragons of the caliber of Ophis and Great Red, this kind of place was quite comfortable to live in. But for ordinary life within the worlds, this place was simply a hell. Pitch black. Spacetime in chaos. Forever quiet enough to drive one mad. Just standing here required the level of a high-class devil. To exile someone from a world to a place like this, one needed at least the strength of an ultimate-class devil. Only at the Satan class could one move freely in such a godforsaken place. Therefore, before Levi came over, he directly activated his devil trigger. As soon as he arrived, Ophis's voice rang in his mind. It is in this area. My snake has locked onto it. It will come over on its own once it senses my aura. One couldn't speak in this place. Levi simply transmitted his thoughts in the same way. Can we talk to it? I want to ask why it throws that kind of slime into Gensokyo. It has never paid attention to me. Ophis paused. Moreover, it might not be able to communicate with people at all. She had tried many times. Every time she encountered Great Red, she tried to communicate with it. But that dragon never responded to her. No matter what she said, the other party acted as if it hadn't heard anything. That was why Ophis went everywhere within the worlds looking for experts and gathering forces. She wanted to unite with others to beat that red dragon down so she could go home. Roar, even though sound couldn't travel in this place. Yet Levi and Ophis both heard that roar clearly. The sound was like it was smashing directly into one's brain. In the distance, a red dragon floated over slowly. Its size was absurdly large. Its head alone was larger than any mountain Levi had ever seen. Levi even felt that there were several dimensions between himself and this dragon. The red dragon lowered its head, its huge eyeballs staring at Ophis and the Levi beside her. Then it slowly opened its mouth. Crimson light began to condense in its mouth. The light grew brighter and brighter, more and more blinding. A terrifying heat wave rushed toward them. Logically, temperature shouldn't exist in this space. Yet Levi still felt that burning sensation. The red dragon opened its mouth and fired. The beam of energy rushed before Levi and Ophis in the blink of an eye. Boom! Ophis opened her hands. A ball of ink black energy condensed in her palm. Great Red's attack collided with it. It was like a stone falling into deep water. It didn't even stir up a ripple, it simply vanished. Roar. The roar sounded once again. This time Levi confirmed it. It wasn't a hallucination, he had truly heard it. Why do you throw those things into Gensokyo? He tried asking. Why did you drive Ophis away? He didn't answer and raised his hand for another attack. Levi understood. He could communicate, but he didn't want to communicate with anyone. Since that was the case, there was no need for idle talk. Ophis, after one day, I'll be relying on you. He transmitted the words. There was a quick response. As Ophis's voice faded, the magic power around Levi began to surge. That power expanded and grew, burning explosively in the endless silence. The wild magic power immediately drew the gaze of Great Red. It also made many guys who had been watching this power in the dark turn their gazes over. Levi's body began to grow larger at this moment. Amidst the flames, his body gradually transformed into the appearance of a blue giant dragon. Two blue arm blades extended from the sides of his arms, and a pair of wings suddenly unfurled from his back. Sin Devil Trigger. Blue incantations spread out, covering his entire body. The spell formation Levi had designed long ago activated the instant he entered this form. Right now, no matter how much magic power he used, it would be replenished by the source. But by tomorrow, the spell formation would sever the connection, and Levi would exit this form. As for now, he had completely lost his sanity. His gaze locked firmly onto Great Red, and he transformed into a streak of blue light as he rushed out. His body was much larger than a human's, yet he still appeared minuscule before Great Red. Yet, with just that one punch, he sent Great Red flying. Immediately after, he clasped his fists together, the arm blades locking into place, and his wings spread out completely. He seemed to transform into an attack himself, trailing aftershocks as he flew in pursuit of Great Red. Ophis watched as Levi entered this state. She had retreated early on, her face devoid of any expression. But when she looked at Levi's Sin Devil Trigger, a different light flashed in her pupils. As expected. As expected, you are the only one who can truly help me reclaim the silence. Then so be it. After one day, I will protect you, Levi. In Gensokyo. Back when Levi and Ophis were running around Gensokyo, Yakumo Yukari had gathered all the residents and Levi's subordinates. Right now, everyone was gathered at Myohiga. Yakumo Ran had hardly closed her eyes for the past 2 days, staying busy dealing with that slime business. Progress had been made, and she was stepping up her preparations. As for Yakumo Yukari, she had brought a group of people to crowd around the gap, staring from afar at the red and blue battle outside the world. No way, is this for real? Lord Levi is actually on the same level as a dragon god. He's actually the third dragon god. When Yakumo Yukari saw Levi activate his Sin Devil Trigger, her eyes nearly popped out. Ibuki Suika had been dragged over by her, and it took her a long time standing there before she could recover from the shock. Hey! Yukari mentioned something about Lord Levi before, but I didn't expect him to be this fierce. As Suika spoke, she had already obediently added the title, Lord, after Levi's name. Kazami Yuka didn't make a sound. Her gaze had not left the battle outside the world from start to finish. Because she knew very well, this battle would directly determine whether Gensokyo could continue to survive. If that guy on the other side was truly Great Red, and even Levi couldn't stop it, then it would be completely over. Reimu Hakare was thinking about the same thing. Hearing Yakumo Yukari and Suika's exclamations, Graphia finally spoke up. Lord Levi has indeed reached the Dragon God class by activating that form. But don't get your hopes up too high. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of Kazami Yuka and Reimu Hakare all turned toward her. Graphia continued. Lord Levi said that this isn't a fight to the death, he's just going to test the waters. If he can't win, Ophis will bring him back. Then they'll find another opportunity to analyze the situation and prepare for the next encounter. So, don't be anxious, just watch. That is Great Red, after all, it's not that easy to deal with. It wasn't just Gensokyo that was watching. Forces all over the world were watching. Last time, that mysterious third dragon god's aura had vanished in a flash, and no one could catch it. This time, he had appeared again and was confronting Great Red head-on. Who could bear to let such a good opportunity pass? The leaders of every major pantheon had brought out almost all the resources they could mobilize during this time, staring fixedly at the image outside the world. When that blue figure revealed a form resembling a demonic dragon, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It really is a dragon after all. Hades, the king of the underworld, only let out a cold laugh after seeing that the opponent's true form was also a dragon. The dragon eater was on his side. Since its identity was a dragon, it was nothing to him. Devils, angels, and fallen angels were all staring intently at this newly emerged third dragon god. Even Rizvam hadn't missed this battle. That's right, it really is that power. He had already vaguely sensed it from the aura before. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, the feeling was even stronger. Without a doubt, that was the power of his father, the original Lucifer. Except it had been elevated directly to the dragon god level by his father's strength. Seeing this scene, Rizvam laughed out loud. But as he laughed, his expression gradually darkened. Old man, if it really is you, don't blame me for having no mercy. Since you're dead, you should just honestly keep your eyes closed. Completely different from what he was concerned about, the situation on Sirzek's and Ajuka's side was another matter entirely. Ajuka. I think I just saw that third dragon god use the power of destruction. Before Sirzek's could finish, a green magic circle opened behind Levi in his Sin Devil trigger. The Asmodeus family crest on it was blindingly bright. Every faction present saw it clearly. Sirzek's, your eyes didn't deceive you. Ajuka was also bewildered. Then they continued to watch. Soon they saw the powers of Sitri, Phoenix, Buer clan, and many other 72 pillars devils, used with ease at his hands. They were not Rizvam. They couldn't sense that Lucifer power from Levi. But how could they mistake these hereditary family powers? For a moment, Sirzek's and Ajuka, who had originally just been watching the spectacle while collecting information, also fell silent. Their expressions were as grim as Rizvam's. The governor of the fallen angels, Azazel, was at this moment watching the third dragon god, who could use demonic power, fighting Great Red. His brows were tightly furrowed. He was mainly worried about whether this guy would trigger another great war. At the same time, he felt that maybe he was overthinking it. But he seemed to sense an extremely familiar power from this guy. On the angels' side, the situation was completely different. The angels were also staring at this side. But unlike the devils and fallen angels, Michael couldn't stop smiling as he watched this battle erupting outside the world. If their strength hadn't prevented them from interfering, Michael would have wanted to assemble troops to go and help right now. Standing beside him, the most beautiful woman in heaven, Gabriel, had the same expression. It wasn't just the two of them. All the seraphim present wore the same smile. They were overjoyed to see this third dragon god. Especially when they saw that the other party could also use demonic power. Michael stared fixedly at the scene before him. It was the second time. If the first time they were just suspicious, then this time, with even demonic power revealed, what else was there to doubt? His mind was filled with the words God had spoken before passing away. I must make a choice. Light and darkness are not enemies. After extreme light comes darkness, and extreme darkness is itself light. Wait, Michael. Do not be sad for my death. You must watch over that extreme darkness and wait for it to change on its own. Michael remembered that he had asked a follow-up question at the time. Lord, will you return from that extreme darkness? God had answered him then. I will eventually disappear. And he will eventually arrive. What on earth is this guy's deal? Great Red's head was about to explode. Ever since it had swiped its claw at him, that blue demonic dragon, no, it should be called a blue devil, had been biting down on it like a madman, refusing to let go. Just like how Levi had tried to communicate with it for the first time and failed, concluding that it was just a beast incapable of communication, Great Red now also concluded that this Levi was a madman incapable of communication. And this guy is even more fierce than Ophis. When it fought Ophis back then, it could at least chase that girl from outside the world into the world. But against this blue devil, it couldn't even use that trick. Bang! The blue devil's fist came smashing towards its face. Great Red could only swing its massive claw and clash head-on. The moment the two powers collided, its heart skipped a beat. This punch was heavier than the last one. When they first started fighting, it could vaguely feel that it was slightly stronger than Levi. But the problem was, hitting him didn't do anything at all. All of its attacks were like scratching an itch. Even if it managed to tear a wound on the other side, the flames burning on that guy's body would lick it, and the wound would heal. It was annoyed and wanted to use its dream ability to drive this madman away, but it discovered that this ability had no effect on the other party at all. Then it could only, like now, wear the other party down. If it could keep suppressing the other party, that would be fine. But the key is, this guy gets stronger the more he fights. In other words, that instinct of his that could already sustain the battle seemed to be adapting to his current body bit by bit. More and more bizarre abilities were emerging. The force of his punches was heavier each time. So, it can't drag this out any longer. Great Red opened its mouth and roared. In this space where even sound did not exist, it forcefully overturned the rules and let out an earth-shattering roar. From the start of the battle until now, it was using its real power for the first time. Its dream power erupted completely. If it wanted to, it could create a world in an instant, or even mold another version of itself without any problem. And now it was doing just that. It directly created a world between itself and the Blue Devil. Its dream power was useless against the Blue Devil, but it was useful against itself. It locked itself inside the world, completely turning the distance between the two of them into a barrier between the dream world and the real world. It could also freely switch whether this world was a dream or reality. To put it simply, it instantly turned its current body into a projection, hiding its true self in a dream world completely different from this physical world. It rewrote its own definition. It completely didn't want to fight this blue monster anymore. And in reality, when Levi's fist smashed in front of it, although there was a momentary stagnation, it did indeed pass through its body. Great Red breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it could take a break. Just as it was planning to retreat, it suddenly noticed that the Blue Devil's state was not right. Before, that guy had been attacking fiercely like a mad dog. It had thought that even if he couldn't hit it, the other party would still chase after it like a mad dog, refusing to let go. But unexpectedly, because of that last move, the other party had actually stopped. The Blue Devil stared at his own hands, and the blue flames burning on his body slowly gathered onto his fists. Those pale blue flames, which were already terrifying to the extreme, were actually churning out a distorting effect here outside the world. Getting hit by that kind of punch would definitely be the end. Although I don't know how that madman did it, he compressed power similar to Ophus's infinite power into a single punch. If this punch lands, I'm afraid it could crush any opponent in a single blow. Great Red was now even more glad for the decision he had just made. Because he had hidden himself. The opponent couldn't hit him. Just as he was thinking this, as if mocking his naivety, the Blue Devil bared his ferocious grin. Since the fight began, this was the first time Great Red had seen the opponent's mouth make any movement other than roaring. He tried to understand what the opponent meant. My power is absolute. Huh. In an instant, a sense of foreboding welled up in Great Red's heart. Great Red watched with his own eyes as that fist smashed toward him. Under normal circumstances, this punch should have been impossible to land. Yet, he instinctively dodged to the side. Then he realized something was wrong. The opponent's fist actually carried the piercing property of D-Drag. No, not at D-Drag's level, but a piercing power countless times stronger than that. The barrier of the world woven from his power of dreams was torn open directly by that force. And that wasn't all. Although the power had been compressed to the extreme, Great Red still felt it. That fist was imbued with the infinite property of Ophus. The next second, he planned to use the same trick again, jumping into another dream world. But the moment he prepared to move, he found himself dragged out. No, to be precise, he had suddenly appeared in the trajectory of the opponent's attack. It was as if time had been forcibly rewound to the moment before he created the dream world. This eerie feeling immediately made him think of one ability. Sure hit. It wasn't ordinary tracking or locking on, but rather, as long as the opponent didn't voluntarily abandon the attack, once this move was fully unleashed, it would definitely hit. Great Red stared at the fist that was already right in front of his eyes. In all the time he had lived, this was the first time he felt helpless against an attack. Block. No, the opponent had the piercing property, so it couldn't be blocked. Intercept. No, the opponent had the infinite property. No matter how much power he used to intercept, he would definitely be beaten back. Likewise, trying to exhaust this move through a war of attrition was a pipe dream. Dodge. No, with the sure hit property, once the attack was launched, it was destined to hit. Interrupt. Even less likely, the opponent hadn't taken his attacks seriously from the very beginning. Piercing, infinite, sure hit, plus that seemingly impregnable defensive stance. With these traits stacked together, Great Red was reminded once again of the words the opponent had muttered before throwing the punch. My power is absolute. Can't dodge, can't block, can't intercept, a single blow determines life and death. The moment it is unleashed, your death becomes a predetermined fact. So, Great Red looked at the fist already within reach and sighed helplessly in his heart. He intended to abandon this body. He didn't want to keep clashing with such a troublesome opponent, and he knew clearly that this body of his definitely couldn't withstand this punch. Since that was the case, he might as well let this body die. He would secretly create a new one, and run far away to hide first. But just as this thought occurred to him, at the moment the fist was almost touching his face. That mass of blue flame, as if it had burned to the end, suddenly extinguished. The 24 hours had just elapsed. The opponent's surging power instantly retracted. Levi opened his eyes, his head felt like someone had smashed it with a hammer. Pain. Heart-piercing pain. He had never felt this way after transforming into Sin Devil Trigger before. But he didn't freeze, instead, he covered his eyes with his arm and pulled the corners of his mouth upward. Because he remembered. He remembered clearly that when facing Great Red's strange and bizarre abilities, he had muzzily unleashed that move. Whether it was hell on earth or some fist technique, he had just smashed everything out at once. The key was that in that instant, the three magical properties, sure hit, infinite, and piercing, had all stacked together. He couldn't remember anything earlier than that, and he couldn't clearly recall whether that punch had actually landed. But that didn't matter. What was important was that he could now retain his memories after transforming. Just this alone was enough to make him happy for a long time. Looking at the results. Check in target. Great Red, give up attacking Gensokyo, completed. The reward had also arrived. Fantasy 20, no side effects, use it whenever you want, no need to lose a hand. Levi glanced at the reward content, his eyes lit up instantly, and even the dull pain in his head lessened significantly. After that power poured into his body, he clearly felt a surge of energy hidden in his right hand that could be mobilized at any time. As long as he was willing to activate it, this hand could directly erase all miracles. Levi suddenly remembered those words he used to say all the time during his Chunabu phase, things like, I will be the one to break your boring fantasies. He hadn't expected that one day, he would actually be able to pull this off. However, although the check-in reward related to Great Red had been obtained. Check-in target Office, help Office defeat Great Red. This task had not been completed. Levi felt something was quite wrong. Clearly that dragon had already given up on attacking Gensokyo, so why hadn't the system counted it as his victory? He carefully recalled what he had actually done at the end. Furthermore, the check-in target on Yakumo Yukari's side hadn't lit up either, presumably they were still entangled with that group of slimes. Levi roughly figured out the current situation through the check-in targets and intended to roll over and get up. However, just as he was about to prop himself up, he felt something pressing down on him, so he had to give up. However, his movement actually woke the other person up. The quilt was lifted, and the black-haired girl who had been lying on him sat up before him. Ah! Because she had just woken up, she let out a confused hum, rubbing her eyes with one hand. Her hair was messy, and she looked completely dazed. But compared to that, Ophis, this. After Levi saw the clothes on her, he shrank directly to the head of the bed, his face instantly burning up. Ophis wasn't wearing that black dress today, but had put on a white shirt instead. Her frame was small to begin with, and the shirt was clearly too big. The sleeves covered her entire hands, giving it a cute, oversized look. Her shoulders were too narrow to hold it up, and one side of her shoulder was exposed just like that. And that wasn't all. The dragon god was wearing only this shirt, her two fair, slender legs resting casually on the edge of the bed, exposed to the morning sunlight. The white shirt was even a bit translucent in the light. Why did you suddenly change clothes? Levi's head didn't hurt at all right now. Any grogginess from waking up was gone, he was incredibly clear-headed. He didn't have the heart to ponder why Ophis was here, and could only force out this sentence. Ophis tilted her head, her face expressionless, and she spoke in a flat tone. Kuroka said you would be happy if I did this. Ophis was very close, so close that Levi could feel the warmth of her breath. He was pressed against the head of the bed, his back flush against the headboard, with nowhere to hide. The next second, Ophis leaned in, using the curve of the bed edge. The moment her lips touched his, Levi's eyes widened sharply. The familiar touch, the familiar scent. He panicked for a few seconds, then completely abandoned resistance. The power of the root surged into his body like a flood. Infinite magic power, infinite source power, that power from the beginning of all things surged within him once again. Levi quickly realized that after his battle with Great Red, his strength had jumped from high-class devil to ultimate-class devil. And now, Ophis was guiding him to fuse with the root, pouring more power into him. He hadn't even had time to transform into a devil, yet his own strength had leapt from just stepping into the ultimate-class devil level, skipping all accumulation in one breath, and rushing directly to the peak of ultimate-class devil. Half a foot had already stepped into the threshold of Satan class. Honestly, Ophis was effectively giving him a hard push. Levi used to think Kuroka's leveling method was already abnormal enough, relying on combining various powers, plugging them into a formula to break through directly, and stepping into the Satan class with almost no bottlenecks. But compared to her, Kuroka's method was simply child's play. Every time he broke through, Ophis directly helped him skip all the accumulation stages. Levi could directly feel the power of the root, and he vaguely felt that if he could actively establish a connection with the root, he would probably have been a transcendent long ago. If he could completely fuse with the root, then even without transforming into a devil, he could step into the threshold of Dragon God class. By then, if he activated that Sin Devil trigger, even if he faced the strongest evil god among the three evil main gods of the X-world, he would probably have the power to fight. Thinking of this, Levi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. However, at this moment, Ophis pulled back from his arms. She stared at Levi, reached out to point at him, and said, "Before you only had 1.5 traits, now you have awakened to 2.5. Devils nowadays indeed emphasize bloodline inheritance, but from those martial arts faction guys, one can still see some older shadows. In the ancient era, there were no 4 great Satans among the devils. Devils back then didn't value bloodlines at all, they were more barbaric, more brutal, and it was purely whoever had the biggest fist who called the shots. At that time, in the cracks between worlds, amidst the endless silence, the underworld did not yet exist. 4 devil clans that displayed terrifying power thus became the original 4 great Satans. Leviathan, who controlled the oceans, Beelzebub, who toyed with time and space, Asmodeus, who excelled in warfare, and Lucifer, who ruled over everything. It's just that most of their power was lost with their deaths. Beelzebub's power transformed into the talents of his descendants, and even other devil families mixed with Beelzebub blood would inherit a portion of the ability to toy with time and space. It can be said that Beelzebub's power became the foundation of the entire devil race, allowing almost all devils to use teleportation magic, but his family slowly faded into the masses of devil clans. The Asmodeus clan split directly into countless branches, except for the weak bloodline on the old Satan faction side that still insisted on the original name. Even the Asmodeus family, one of the 72 pillars, was split off from this. Later, the Devil Civil War broke out, and the strongest Asmodeus lineage of the Asmodeus clan split once again, causing the devils of this family to almost disappear. The only descendant worth mentioning, Ajuka, although a transcendent, was also called Beelzebub after becoming a Satan, and had mastered the art of toying with time and space to perfection. The only lucky thing was that Leviathan's power was perfectly inherited by Ingvild. As for the Lucifer clan, although they produced Rizvam, the so-called ceiling of the transcendent, Rizvam failed to inherit the power of Lucifer and instead awakened a unique ability, sacred gear nullification. To put it simply, it was because of the loss of most of their power that the four great Satan's families have fallen into their current state. Ophis pointed something out, and Levi finally realized. He first tested the penetrating power he had received from the check-in reward. It hadn't changed. Previously, he had always thought his magical power attribute was tracking, but after reaching Ultimate Class Devil, this thing had completely changed. If he hadn't fought that battle against Great Red, he would probably still be in the dark. Now he understood, the previous, tracking, was fundamentally incomplete. After truly awakening, that thing revealed its true colors. Sure hit. Thinking of this, Levi suddenly understood. When he fought Solomon back then, that guy clearly saw the future but gave up directly. Why? Just because his attacks couldn't be dodged. He couldn't withstand a full power strike from his Sin Devil trigger. Aside from admitting defeat, there was simply no other path. As for the third power, Ophis said it had only awakened halfway. To be honest, Levi was completely clueless at first. Later, he flipped through the House of Lucifer's records regarding the original Lucifer. After all, from the original to him, so many years had passed in between, but some information had still been left behind. He tried it a few times and was basically able to confirm it. This is the ability of the original Lucifer as the first devil, and it is also the foundation of why the House of Lucifer could become Satan's regalia. Lucifer is the king who rules over devils. His ability is somewhat similar to Rizvim's sacred gear nullification. Both are specifically aimed at a certain type of target, and the effects are especially fierce. It's just that the group Lucifer targets as devils. The records didn't say exactly what the original could achieve. But Levi after tested it himself, he roughly figured out the trick. Even if it's someone of Graphia's level, or a powerful reincarnated devil like Tiamat, or even the Longinus of a reincarnated devil like Sakura. As long as it is an attack from a devil, when it lands on him, the power is directly cut in half. And according to Ophis, this ability of his has only awakened halfway. Thinking about it this way, no wonder the original died along with God. With this kind of internal suppression ability, if it's really as I guessed, then Rizvam can only be considered the strongest transcendent, while the original Lucifer could probably just call himself the strongest devil. Complaining aside, Levi was still quite satisfied with this ability. With this thing, as long as he raises his strength a bit more and fully awakens the power, he can set a trap to lure Rizvam out. Then, send that so-called grandfather on his way. Rizvam is a complete and utter madman. He's likely still fussing over his crazy plan, while also treating Levi as a disposable pawn in his scheme. The original body's biological mother was killed by Rizvam, and his biological father also died at that guy's hands. If Levi hadn't transmigrated here, the original body wouldn't have had enough lives to be killed by him. Not to mention that in the future, no matter what plans he has, As long as Rizvam is still alive, this DXD world can never be a stable rear base for him. Fine. Wait until I clean up all these messes, then I'll start with you, Rizvam. After Li Wei woke up, he started pondering his newly acquired power. He had only tested it for an afternoon, and before the sky had completely darkened, Yakumo Yukari snuck over. Lord Li Wei, you've woken up. Li Wei saw her smiling with her eyes narrowed and raised an eyebrow slightly. I had Grafia pass a message to you, right? Great Red probably won't interfere anymore. You should be able to rebuild Gensokyo once you clear out that group of slime. You're coming to find me now, it couldn't be that you haven't finished yet. Hearing him say this, Yakumo Yukari looked a bit embarrassed. That day after watching the fight between Li Wei and Great Red, although the outcome was unclear, with those words from Grafia, she quickly adjusted her mindset and, following Li Wei's wishes, began leading the Yokai of Gensokyo to deal with the slime. At first, it went quite smoothly. She used the Great Hakare Barrier to directly spread the power of boundaries across all of Gensokyo, and those monsters running everywhere were all forced out of their true forms. Afterward, she wasn't the only one who could exile these things from the world to the dimensional gap, so she had originally thought this matter would wrap up quickly. Speaking up to this point, Yakumo Yukari's smile faded a bit. But when they were halfway through cleaning, the Great Hakare Barrier was pushed too hard, Reimu Hakare ran into trouble, and the cleaning work had to stop. Reimu Hakare, she also. Yakumo Yukari sighed heavily and knelt before Li Wei. She hadn't even bowed her head when her powers were crippled back then. This was the first time she had voluntarily yielded to Li Wei. Irin Yagakoro said it was a fundamental problem, and there was no other way besides the Haurai elixir. But the materials for the Haurai elixir couldn't be gathered, so it was basically impossible to make. After thinking about it, she feared only Li Wei had a way. So she wasn't making a request, nor was it a need, but a sincere plea, begging Li Wei to help that child. How much ability can a normal person in their teens or 20s have? Going head to head with yokai that are hundreds or thousands of years old, an average person can't do that. But the successive generations of Hakare Shrine Maiden happened to be able to. A teenage girl, somehow able to use the top-tier power of Gensokyo to keep the yokai suppressed and unable to raise their heads. Behind this, 90% of the credit goes to the Great Hakare Barrier. Just as Kuroka had noticed when observing Reimu Hakare before. The power of every generation of Shrine Maiden was collected and stored by the Great Hakare Barrier. To inherit the position of Hakare Shrine Maiden, one must be able to withstand this power. Those who can hold out are naturally not mediocre, they are born strong. But this power isn't given for free. Used normally, perhaps one can live to 40. Once it's overconsumed, or the Great Hakare Barrier is damaged, or if it's operating at overload like it is now, then these damages will fall directly on the Shrine Maiden. On the first day, Reimu Hakare could still grit her teeth and hold on. By the second day, before it was even half over, she collapsed directly. This isn't a question of willpower. Irin Yagakoro concluded. Her vitality is already absurdly low. This isn't something a doctor can cure, it's more like a problem of lifespan. If it were physical injuries or illnesses, Irin felt there really weren't many things in this world she couldn't cure. But Reimu Hakare's current situation is neither an injury nor an illness. It's just like how people die when they get old, it's even more serious than dying of old age. Her own vitality has already been converted into energy during the crazy operation of the Great Hakare Barrier and fed into the Great Hakare Barrier. The little life she has left is like a candle flame in the wind, which could go out at any moment. However, regarding a way to keep her alive, Irin Yagakoro turned to look at Li Wei beside Yakumo Yukari and spoke slowly. I've only heard of it, I haven't seen the actual treasure. People once said that among the devils of the underworld, there is a family called Phoenix, and they have a secret treasure. Tears of Phoenix. Later, I heard someone captured a pure-blooded devil of the Phoenix clan to experiment, confirming the tears had no effect, that it was fake. But there is also news that someone has personally seen a devil use this thing. That thing is said to be a panacea that can cure anything. If you just want to let Reimu Hakare live a while longer, that thing might work. But the fundamental problem still cannot be solved. After Irin Yagakoro finished this sentence, she got up and left. She had taken Yakumo Yukari's money and also said everything she knew. What happens next has nothing to do with her. Lord Li Wei. Yakumo Yukari looked at Li Wei. Li Wei also happened to look at her. Li Wei was very clear about Reimu Hakare's current situation. The loss of vitality was too severe. As a doctor, Irin Yagakoro could only stare blankly when encountering this kind of problem linked to lifespan. Unless she still had the Haurai elixir on hand, but that thing isn't exactly cheap. But Li Wei's mind raced, and three methods popped up. The worst plan is to use his Yamato to separate Reimu Hakare from the Great Hakare Barrier, then extract the life aura left on the barrier by the successive generations of Hakare's Shrine Maiden, and have Kuroka use Senjutsu to convert it bit by bit into vitality and channel it back into Reimu Hakare's body. Using the resources of the entire Gensokyo to extend her life. That's just too much of a loss. There's also a middle plan, simple and crude. Directly waste a piece and reincarnate Reimu Hakare as a devil. Devils are naturally long-lived, and their vitality is countless times stronger than humans. In the short term, there's no need to worry about her dying. But the problem is, Li Wei only has two pieces left in his hand. One is a bishop upgraded by Rias's check in reward, and the other is an upgraded rook. Both of these are rare items, not ordinary soldier pieces, and he is reluctant to waste them. Using a piece on Reimu Hakare, since she is tied to the Great Hakare Barrier, she basically won't be of much use in the future, it's purely a losing deal. Li Wei won't do this kind of thing that has no benefits. As for the best plan, Tears of Phoenix can definitely be obtained. Although that thing is rare, the Phoenix clan definitely has it, and if Li Wei goes to ask for it, he can definitely get his hands on it. After letting Reimu Hakare recover, have Ophis take out a snake and turn her vitality in her healthiest state into pseudo-infinity. This way, not only is the problem solved, but she can also gain benefits. On Li Wei's side, there is almost no consumption. This is the best of the best choices. But he paused, looked at Yakumo Yukari, and said, Yukari, you should be clear that I came to Gensokyo with a purpose. I didn't come to do you any favors, I won't do things that have no benefits. Curing Reimu Hakare can get a check in reward, and looking at it now, he might even be able to get another item. Hearing this, Yakumo Yukari lowered her head. Li Wei didn't like beating around the bush. He opened his system inventory, took out the box containing the pieces, pulled out the special bishop piece, and placed it in front of Yakumo Yukari. I'm not forcing you, nor am I fooling you. I'm just raising the price on the spot, Yukari. Become my servant. All my servants are my family. Helping a family member with a small favor isn't too much to ask, right? He doesn't need Reimu Hakare to be his servant. But Yakumo Yukari is different. Reimu Hakare's current strength is already Satan class, a solid combat force, plus she is a unique boundary Yokai. If she has another chance after reincarnation, she can charge towards even higher levels. Furthermore, that Yokai servant under Searsex had the ability of 100 demons after reincarnation, and Yakumo Yukari has Gensokyo in her grasp. The gap is clear at a glance. After listening to Li Wei's words, especially seeing his unmasked expression of just raising the price on the spot, Yakumo Yukari stared at the bishop piece on the table for a few seconds, and finally smiled bitterly as she reached out to pick it up. The previous generation Hakare Shrine Maiden, the woman Reimu Hakare called Mom, was one of the few friends Yakumo Yukari had. That woman later left with a Yokai, which basically counted as a double suicide. Before she died, she entrusted Yakumo Yukari with taking care of Reimu Hakare. From then on, Reimu Hakare was raised single-handedly by Yakumo Yukari. For Yakumo Yukari, she had seen countless yokai, humans, gods, and all sorts of other messy existences in her life. Yet, those she could truly call friends were only three. The first generation Hakare Shrine Maiden was dead. The previous Hakare Shrine Maiden was also dead. And then there was Yuyuko. Although she is now a ghost princess who clings to her all day, she doesn't even remember that they were once friends. So, family, huh? Yakumo Yukari turned her head to glance at Reimu Hakare, sighed, and pressed the chess piece against her chest. The piece lit up and slowly melted into her body. The contract between her and Levi was thus formed. Yakumo Yukari didn't haggle. She knew she had no bargaining chips, so she simply accepted it and looked at Levi. Well, I have no choice then, Lord Levi, Reimu Hakare, and I will be relying on you from now on. Ophis, use the snake to keep her alive. Levi nodded and snapped his fingers. Okay. Ophis emerged from a spatial rift and injected a snake into Reimu Hakare's body. Reimu Hakare's life force was still weak, but with this, she changed from a flickering candle flame into a rooted wild grass. It wouldn't be extinguished easily. After Ophis finished, Levi woke the unconscious Reimu Hakare. Where am I? Reimu Hakare opened her eyes, still a bit dazed. Then she heard Levi's voice. Reimu Hakare, are you prepared to become a long-lived species? A long-lived species. Reimu Hakare was still confused, but seeing Yakumo Yukari there, and seeing that Levi didn't seem to be joking, she thought about it seriously. If you ask me, it's hard to say. Reimu Hakare stared blankly at the ceiling. Everything I've learned for the past dozen years has been about how to quietly wait for death. You're suddenly telling me I can live for so long. I really can't imagine it. Reimu Hakare. Yakumo Yukari sighed. Levi stood up. If you can't figure it out now, then use the next few decades, hundreds, or thousands of years to think about it slowly. He looked at Reimu Hakare and smiled slightly. Welcome to the ranks of the long-lived species. After saying that, Levi left with Ophis. Now that Reimu Hakare had Ophis's snake in her, her life force would no longer be consumed. The next thing to do was. Sears, I need the tears of Phoenix, just one drop. Sears received Levi's message, and after hearing this, he didn't ask for the reason and agreed immediately. The tears of Phoenix were a secret to the outside world, but in the eyes of the underworld's higher-ups, they were just expensive medicine. If Levi wanted it, Sears could spare a drop from his own share. You can just come and get it. But Levi, if you really need this stuff, why not go to the Phoenix clan? Their eldest son has been agonizing over the fact that you cut off Riser's legs, and he's afraid of you, so he doesn't dare come to ask you. If you take the initiative to find him, he will definitely give it to you. I only need one drop. Levi shook his head and looked at the magic circle Graphia had opened. Forget it this time. If he doesn't come, I'll talk about it next time I need something. Hanging up the communication, Levi returned to the underworld through Graphia's teleportation magic to get the tears of Phoenix from Sears. It took less than 50 minutes in total. After returning, he used the tears of Phoenix on Reimu Hakare. She recovered very quickly. Not only did she recover, but the Great Hakare barrier was no longer a burden to her, and she looked even more energetic than before. Am I considered a long-lived species now? Reimu Hakare was a bit dazed. Yes. As long as Ophis's snake is inside you, you won't die. Is that so? She scratched her head and bowed to Levi. Then thank you very much. Yakumo Yukari pulled her away. The problems in Gensokyo hadn't been completely wiped out yet. Previously, when Reimu Hakare, the Hakare Shrine Maiden, fell, the cleanup plan had stopped. Now that Reimu Hakare was back, they planned to get moving again. On Levi's side, after settling Reimu Hakare's matter, he received her check in reward. Check-in target. Reimu Hakare. Task. Solve the problem of the Great Hakare Barrier of Gensokyo. Status. Completed. Reward obtained. Physique significantly enhanced. Levi accepted it directly. When he was still a mid-class devil before, his physique was alright, and with the enhancement from Sharon's check-in, it could be considered decent. After rising to high-class devil, he was also relatively capable within that tier. But now he was already the highest level devil. At this level, his physique could only be considered ordinary. After all, he mainly relied on magic power to increase his strength, and he relied on the devil form to handle physical aspects. He had never trained seriously himself. But once this reward was taken, his physique jumped up a notch. It shot up to the Satan class level in one go. You have to know that even Sarahorg Bale in the later stages, who specialized in physical training, was only at about this level. If it were the him from when he first appeared in the original work, he could now hold him down and beat him with one hand without using magic power, unless he took out his Longinus. Moreover, with the improvement in physique, his armament haki also increased along with it. This thing, like observation haki, rose slowly along with other abilities. Previously, Levi's armament haki was barely usable. Now it could directly cover his whole body. At this level, it could finally be taken out and used in combat. Reimu Hakare's side is done, Yukari has become a retainer, and her check-in reward should end in a few days. Kazami Yuka's reward is to rebuild the sunflower field, and she will probably do it herself. However, Ophus's infinite power can help, so I'll go take a look when the time comes. These three were what could be obtained right now. As for the others, on Marissa's side, wait a while longer, and she would naturally become a magician on her own. She already had her own path now, so it wasn't suitable to intervene actively. I'll talk about it if it really doesn't work out. On Alice's side, to create dolls with life. I have to find time to ask Aozuki Tuko about this. Kagaya Horizons 1 is difficult. I guess I'll have to wait until the Second Moon War to find a way to help her get rid of her status as a sinner. However, these three rewards are not urgent. Instead, Levi casually picked up a newspaper that Graphia had brought back from outside Gensokyo. Ryoko High School, Shipwreck. The news headline was very eye-catching. Every morning, Levi would have Graphia bring back a newspaper. This was his unwavering rule every time he descended into the human world. Sometimes if he hadn't come for too long, he would have Graphia collect all the newspapers he had missed. Although Graphia didn't understand what he was looking for, she never asked. So every morning, a newspaper would appear on Levi's desk on time. Today was no exception. He picked it up and only scanned the headlines. He scanned very quickly, almost without looking, because what he was looking for was just that report. Found it. The front page was printed with striking large characters. Luxury cruise ship suffers sudden shipwreck. Graduation trip turns into a nightmare. 233 high school students on board, life or death uncertain. Slim hope of survival. School name Ryoko High School. Levi hooked the corner of his mouth. After everything in Gensokyo was wrapped up, he would first go to receive Ryugi Shiki, and then go to the area of the 5 great families to take a look. After he fixed the anchor of the world in Gensokyo, he would board Noah's Ark to fulfill the promise he had made to Artoria. Ryoko High School Shipwreck. That was the beginning of the high school DxD side story, the starting point of the story of that guy called Blade Dog. Through this incident, it was just right to naturally cut into the 5 great families side. And his younger brother, Valley, was currently by that Blade Dog's side. This trip to the parallel world involved the issue of space-time dimensions, and conservatively estimated, it would take at least a few years. By the time he came back, maybe the three-way deadlock meeting on Searsx's side would be almost over. Before I leave, I still have to meet Valley once. After solving the Hakare Shrine Maiden's matter, the rest was much simpler. Yakumo Yukari used the power of boundaries to sweep out the slime again, and the residents of Gensokyo acted even faster this time, cleaning it up completely. The next day at noon, Levi received a system prompt. Check-in reward Yakumo Yukari, coin of positive and negative. Coin of positive and negative. Flip the coin, nothing happens on heads. On tails, it forces the holder and the target to enter the reverse side of the world together. When he first saw the explanation, Levi didn't quite understand. After he got the coin and tried it himself, he understood completely. So that's it. He held the coin and looked at it back and forth. This is what they call the positive and negative sides of the world in a certain magical index, right? People in the positive world stand on the head side of the coin. People in the negative world stand on the tails side of the coin. People on the positive side can't see the negative side, and while people on the negative side can see the positive side, they can't interfere with anything. He put the coin into his pocket. Kazami Yuka stood in the center of the flower field, her fingertips gently touching the petals of a sunflower. The flower trembled slightly, as if responding to her touch. The soil around was still churning, and new sprouts were emerging from the ground, covering the entire wasteland bit by bit. The air was filled with the scent of moist soil and the unique, fresh sweetness of flowers just blooming. Levi was stunned just a moment ago. He remembered when he came here with Ophis not long ago. This land was still dry, gray-white, and not even a blade of grass could be seen. In the places those slimes had gnawed, not even microorganisms were left. But now, golden sunflowers crowded the entire hillside. One after another, overwhelming, as if someone had chopped up the sunlight and scattered it on the ground. When the wind blew, waves of flowers rolled, bringing pollen and fragrance with them. Levi took a deep breath. How long has it been? He lowered his head and glanced at the check-in target on the system interface. Help Kazami Yuka rebuild the sunflower field. Not completed. Not completed. He frowned. Logically speaking, the flower field had already recovered quite a bit, and this level would be considered a successful reconstruction in anyone's eyes. But the system judgment hadn't been completed, which meant there were still things missing. He raised his head and walked toward the mansion deep in the flower field. His shoes stepped on the soft soil, making a slight rustling sound. Occasionally, a few butterflies flew through the flower bushes by the roadside, their wings stained with crystalline dew. When he reached the entrance of the mansion, Levi saw Kazami Yuka. She was squatting by the flower bed, pinching a seed in her hand. She didn't use any ability, didn't use any growth spells, just used her fingers to dig a small hole in the soil, put the seed in, and then covered it gently. The movements were very slow and very careful. You're here. She didn't even raise her head. I'm here. Levi walked to her side. The flower field has recovered quite a bit, why hasn't the system judged it as completed? Kazami Yuka patted the soil off her hands and stood up. Her gaze swept across the entire flower field and finally landed on Levi's face. Because you didn't help. Levi was taken aback. This flower field was restored by me. Kazami Yuka's tone was flat, as if she were commenting on the pleasant weather. The system required you to help me rebuild it, yet you arrived and didn't do a single thing. Levi opened his mouth to speak. He had indeed come just to check on the situation, thinking Kazami Yuka could handle it herself, so he hadn't interfered. But the system didn't see it that way. Then what do you need me to do now? Kazami Yuka turned and looked toward the open space behind the mansion. It was still barren, devoid of any plants, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding sea of flowers. There. She tilted her chin. The last row of sunflowers, I want you to plant them yourself. I knew something was off. Levi muttered to himself, then turned and walked toward the mansion where Kazami Yuka lived. Excuse the intrusion. The flowers in the field and all the plants had become Kazami Yuka's eyes and ears. As soon as Levi deactivated his concealment, Yuka immediately sensed his arrival. If it were anyone else, even Yakumo Yukari, daring to trespass on her territory. That parasol would have already been aimed at their head, and a blast of magic might have sent them flying. But for Levi, it was different. She had already brewed tea and was waiting at the entrance. The moment Levi stepped into the sunflower field, she welcomed him into the Mugenkan. No. If you hadn't fought that battle against Great Red, Gensokyo would probably be gone by now. Even if you don't think much of it, for Gensokyo, even if only a few know the truth, you are an undisputed hero. There is no arguing that. Kazami Yuka was not as difficult to deal with as the rumors suggested. She raised her teacup and took a sip, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth, a smile as vibrant as the brightest flower in the field, dazzling to behold. But Levi hadn't come for small talk. That's not the case. I acted for my own purposes. In my eyes, that hardly qualifies as being a hero. Levi set down his teacup, shook his head, and fixed his gaze on Kazami Yuka. I came over to see if there was anything I could help with. I plan to take one last tour around Gensokyo, and then it'll be time for me to leave. Kazami Yuka heard this and shook her head with a smile. That kind of attitude is called heroic behavior around here, but never mind. As for help, you can see for yourself, I've even restored the flower field. There really isn't anything special that requires your hands. Levi blinked. Really restored. He looked at Kazami Yuka. She had intended to brush it off, but upon meeting Levi's gaze, the words died on her lips, replaced by a low sigh. You noticed, huh? I thought no one would pay attention. Kazami Yuka put away her smile, stood up, and took a transparent jar from the cabinet behind her. This is a device from the demon world for sealing souls. When the other flowers began to wither, I extracted the souls of my original companions beforehand and sealed them inside. Otherwise, I fear even their souls would have been lost. Hearing this, Levi finally understood. The person before him, despite carrying the title of a tyrant, was ultimately a flower Yokai. The casualties on the battlefield were nothing more than flowers and grass to humans. It couldn't be called a sacrifice. They die normally too, it's just that this time, more perished, which felt stifling to witness. But that was the only difference. Other races likely thought the same. But for Kazami Yuka, it was completely different. That slime that previously only ate plants was, in her eyes, much like humans encountering ghouls in a certain anime. The sunflowers that others saw as replaceable crops were, to her, a group of irreplaceable old friends. But now, all those friends were gone. That flower field was called the sunflower field. If the flowers were gone, could it still be called the sunflower field? Levi raised an eyebrow. He finally grasped the crux of the problem. Kazami Yuka saw he understood and slowly shook her head. Such a trivial matter, no need to take it to heart. Levi listened to her words, and a thought occurred to him. No. If that's the case, since you've preserved their souls, I might be able to help you resurrect those acquaintances of yours. He was a third magic user. Although the third magic couldn't create life from nothing, resurrecting individuals whose souls still existed was effortless. The third magic couldn't help that doll maker, Alice. That girl wanted to create living dolls, not life, born through the materialization of souls. She was a demon world denizen who played with souls. In her eyes, this method was nothing more than a powerful resurrection technique. Because her method of judging life was primarily based on the soul. To her, so-called new life had to be an individual capable of birthing a brand new soul. Levi thought and thought, but other than his own ancestral DNA, he couldn't seem to find a way to help her. So he intended to go ask the grand doll maker, Aozuki Tuko. If that didn't work, he would have to find another way. But Kazami Yuka's situation was different. She didn't need new life. She needed exactly the resurrection technology in Levi's hands. This should be about right. Levi grabbed a soul and activated the third magic. The light of soul materialization shone, and the soul transformed into a sunflower, landing in a prepared flower pot. He had the observation haki that could listen to the voice of all things. And he had the spirit medium ability obtained from Sarah Bale's mother. He carefully listened to the voice of this sunflower and found no issues. But after all, he was not a flower Yokai. Thus, his gaze fell upon Kazami Yuka. Kazami Yuka stood there, staring blankly at what was happening before her. She had only one thought in her mind: this was absurd. To be able to resurrect an identical life form just by using a soul. She had never even heard of such technology before. Once she recovered from the shock, a surge of ecstasy instantly flooded her heart. She took the flower pot handed to her by Levi, unable to suppress the corners of her mouth. Her previous faint smile could at best be compared to a lily. But the way she smiled now could no longer be described by flowers, it was like the sun that sunflowers desperately chased. That face was simply that dazzling. After confirming the method was feasible, Levi spent quite some time converting all of Kazami Yuka's souls into sunflowers. Once the task was done, the system's notification sound rang out. Sign in reward. Kazami Yuka, Ripple. Levi was stunned for a moment. Honestly, this reward was useless to him. He couldn't even be bothered to practice this stuff. But while it was useless to him, it was completely different for others. For people like Sharon, Sakura, and Kuroka, getting this was a different story. Breathing techniques were originally meant for humans to practice. Sakura, who had reincarnated from a human into a devil, would essentially be getting a free enhancement method by touching this. As for Sharon and Kuroka, who practiced chi, coming into contact with this, they might just turn everything upside down. Based on Levi's own understanding of Ripple, combined with his understanding of what is called chi in Senjutsu, he felt that for ordinary people, Ripple could only be activated by breathing, but for Sharon and Kuroka, it was a technique on how to use chi. Kuroka didn't like close quarters combat much. If she were interested, she might practice a bit to patch up her weaknesses. But Sharon was different. She was particularly well suited to pouring all her energy into this path. Alright, your side is settled, I'll go check elsewhere. Having obtained the sign in reward from Kazami Yuka, Levi stood up. Kazami Yuka was pulled out of her joy by his words at this moment. Really, thank you so much. She thanked Levi very earnestly. Levi waved his hand and turned to leave. Kazami Yuka watched his retreating figure, staring for a long time. After a while, a faint smile returned to her lips. Perhaps you don't think so yourself, but what you've done, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, to me, and to the entirety of Gensokyo, you are a hero. After Levi left, he really did take another tour around Gensokyo. By this time, Gensokyo had officially begun reconstruction. Unlike humans, once these great yokai got serious, even if it had been destroyed into a wasteland, they could restore the outline in a day. By noon the next day, Gensokyo had completely returned to its original state. Once the reconstruction was finished, it was time for the old custom of Gensokyo. The two drunks, Ibuki Suika and Hoshiguma Yugi, each grabbed one of Reimu Hakure's legs, shouting for wine. Reimu Hakure raised her hands and punched them both, smashing them hard on their heads. I have to count every single tea leaf here, where would I get good stuff like wine? The great Tengu Azunamaru Megumu saw this scene and couldn't stop laughing. Not far away, the black-haired Kagaya Horizon was wrestling with the white-haired Fujiwara no Moko. Irin Yagakoro stood by with the timid Raisen, watching the two Haurai people struggle with a helpless expression. Kazami Yuka sat with Alice, the two chatting happily, though the surrounding atmosphere was a bit strange. No Yukai dared to approach and join them. The Scarlet Devil Mansion hadn't entered Gensokyo yet, so many people who would later attend the banquet were not present. Yuyuko and Marissa didn't show up either. But even so, the banquet was still very lively. Especially with that group of beautiful women laughing and playing, it was a feast for the eyes. However, Levi and his servants didn't get involved. His servants gathered in a group, while Levi himself leaned against a tree, just watching the scene. Regardless of any banquets, gatherings, or similar activities, he basically found a corner to stay in and never actively joined in. But if someone came to talk to him, he would chat, and if someone came to offer a drink, he would drink. It wasn't that he was hard to get along with, he just didn't like being noisy with others. After a while, these drunks were all wasted. Kuroka pulled Sharon and the dazed Sakura into the Yukai's rowdiness. Tiamat and Artoria watched all this with helpless expressions. Ingvild climbed to a high spot and began to sing. The only thing that surprised Levi was Graphia. Usually, you could stare at this girl all day and might not find a single expression. After drinking, the expressions on her face became much more lively. Especially after having too much, she actually ran straight up to Levi. Levi tilde, this was the first time Graphia had called Levi's name. Levi turned his head, and immediately felt a finger poke his face. He looked over and saw Graphia with a mischievous smile. She was actually quite playful when drunk. Seeing Graphia like this, it took Levi a great deal of effort to coax her to go to sleep. That's the end of part 5 and 6. Part 7 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.